All right, I think we're going to kick it off here. My name is Brian Pomper. I am the Executive Director of the Innovation Alliance, and welcome to our conference today, Restoring America's Place as the Global Patent and Innovation Leader. I want to start by thanking our partners in putting on this conference, the Medical Device Manufacturers Association, the Biotechnology Innovation Organization, Pharmaceutical Research Manufacturers Association, the Association of American Universities, the Association of Public and Land Grant Universities, the National Venture Capital Association, and USIJ, the Alliance of U.S. Startups and Inventors for Jobs. Some combination or subset of that group has been putting on conferences like this for the better part of 9 years. And we've used these conferences to highlight very important issues in the run-up to the American Invents Act, developments in the Patent Trials and Appeals Board with Section 101, the International Trade Commission, patent diversity, a whole host of issues. And today's conference is no different. We're going to highlight all these issues and more. And I actually think this conference comes at a particularly opportune time, as many in the United States turn to focus truly on the competitiveness of the U.S. economy. And how will the U.S. compete with China and other countries that are really targeting leadership in a future innovative economy and the technology leadership that's going to command the economy of the future. Our task is to highlight how the patent system serves its role, the patent system's role in our ability to compete. And I would just point out as an example that I hope we'll discuss today. Yesterday, the President issued an executive order directing the United States to put artificial intelligence development as a primary goal for the U.S. government. Well, how does that mesh with how the United States courts have decided on Section 101 and the core underlying technology that forms the basis for artificial intelligence may not be patentable under our current Section 101 standards? Well, we have an amazing lineup today to talk about these issues and more. We've got members of Congress. We have USPTO Director Andrei Iancu. We have former Director Dave Kapos. And we have a whole host of private sector leaders who are going to talk through all of these issues and more. And I encourage your participation. We'll have standing microphones on either side here. Queue up before the end of the presentation, and you can ask your question. So with that, thank you for attending, and I'm looking forward to a very good conference. Chris?
Right, thanks, Brian, and good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Israel, and I'm lucky enough to be the Executive Director of a group called U.S. Startups and Inventors for Jobs, a coalition of venture capitalists, entrepreneurs, startup executives who are extremely committed to the next round of breakthroughs in U.S. innovation and growth and depend heavily on the U.S. patent system. So the Inventing America conference and the whole discussion today is mission critical to those companies we work with and so many more. I'm really privileged to have the chance to quickly introduce Congressman Doug Collins this morning, and on a rainy and cold morning in Washington, there's probably no better speaker to start things off than Congressman Collins. Certainly the energy and the passion that he brings to just about every subject he deals with is well known to all of us who have been lucky enough to work with him, and certainly to the issue of intellectual property, creators, innovators, those who really drive our economy is something he has really sunk his teeth into since he arrived in Congress in 2013, representing the 9th District of Georgia. He was a member of the Georgia House before that, finished law school at the same time. He served in the Air Force, served our country as a chaplain in the United States Air Force in Iraq, and currently still serves in the Air Force Reserve. Most of us are probably most familiar with him as his role on the House Judiciary Committee, where he's been an active member focusing heavily on IP and a range of other issues. He's currently the ranking member of the full committee, a lot of accomplishments in a short period of time. He worked extensively on the Trade Secrets Act. He spent a good portion of the last term working on the Music Modernization Act. I was lucky enough to spend some time with him on that, and I think a number of things jump out at you when you spend time with Doug Collins, who is an honest-to-goodness legislator in the U.S. Congress. He's extremely passionate about the issues that he's focused on. He has an uncanny ability to bring very diverse and disparate players together around complex issues and a range of stakeholders who oftentimes start in very different places. And I think you could certainly apply that to a lot of the topics we'll talk about today. And he is extremely tenacious. He will spend the time, the intellectual capital, his own personal energy and resources to drive something forward that he's committed to. And as I said, there's few things that he's more committed to than economic growth in the United States, innovation, and the role that creators play in driving that forward. So with that, I'm honored to introduce Congressman Doug Collins, Ranking Member of the House Judiciary Committee, and look forward to his thoughts this morning.
All righty. Well, the one thing for those of you who know me or have seen me or not seen me, I do not stand behind a podium. Okay, look, you can take the Baptists out of the South, but you can't take me out of anything else, because I'm gonna be here this morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right, it's a little bit better. Let's try one more time. Get you all good. Good morning. Good morning. There we go. All right. For anybody wanting to talk about patents and the intricacies of patenting, Chris, I appreciate this. What he said. I can't think, and I don't know how to take this really. We can think of no better person to come talk to you this morning on a cold, wet, rainy morning in Washington, D.C. than Doug Collins. I mean, look, is it because I used to give 30-minute seminars on how to sleep through a sermon? Maybe so, If it's okay, if you take a nap, I am perfectly okay with that, because in seminary I learned that when you go like this, I agree with you. So we're all in agreement, as we look at this. But what you're doing is important. And I think one of the other interesting things, and I appreciate Chris so much on that introduction, and I appreciate the one thing that sometimes is overlooked, is that I believe truly a congressman's job is legislating. I do not believe a congressman's job is to be a star on a network. I do not necessarily, that's a byproduct. It's not the first calling. First calling of legislating in a congressman is to legislate. It's to actually figure out what there is in the law that you can actually attain and actually find and bring people together and find solutions as we go on. Is that not a unique concept for this town? I'm not sure what the founders would have talked about anymore. Although they found so many things in our Constitution to put, and how we started off on this, and even put, yes, protection of intellectual property, protection of the thought, if you would, into the Constitution itself, which is the very thing that gives us the rise of an innovation economy. It gives us the disruptors of the world. And so many times we get upset with disruptors, but it is disruptors. It is those things that make us think, that is the things that make us want to do better. And this is why I'm so in love with this. I believe the Judiciary Committee, I so would love to have seen a different outcome in November. It didn't happen. I'll be happy to be ranking member. Probably some of my colleagues on the other side is not very happy about that, because I will remind them of their role. But as chairman, as I would want to be, and as ranking member, the one commitment is that the Judiciary Committee, for all its staid goodness over 200 plus years, is now sitting at the very crossroads of what you're here talking about this morning. It is sitting at the very crossroads of the economy of the future. Energy and commerce can claim jurisdiction, and John Dingell was an outstanding legislator and a man I disagree with probably on many points, but he understood legislating, and he did so for many years as head of the Energy and Commerce. But I disagree with his assessment that energy and commerce was the center of the universe. When it comes to intellectual property, judiciary is the center of the universe. No offense to my brethren in E&C. And no offense to the Ways and Means Committee. You can tax it, you can spend it, you can try and kill it, but you still got to come back to judiciary to find out how you apply it and how we actually protect it. So this morning, let's talk about it for a second. I'm a big believer in, discussing details, and I'll answer some questions this morning, but I want to go back to really inventing America and talking about this for a second from a perspective this morning of why we do what we do. Remember, and Tom Soul was with me, and Tom is on the committee as a staff. Tom brought this up, and he said, and I loved a comment he made. I'm going to use it from the line. He said, he really gets into this stuff, patent stuff. And how many of you, okay, there's no real camera except this guy taking pictures of me, and he won't take a picture of you. How many of you really get into this stuff? God, we're sad, aren't we? It's like nobody in the world, even, you want to find the cocktail party bummer, what do you do? Well, I work on, what in the world? Yes, I preached under tents before, so here we go. Can you imagine going up to the cocktail party? What do you do? I work on patents. You want to hear about it? No! Where's the bar? Not the patent bar, the real bar. You know, these are the kind of things that we have to get into. So here's one of the couple of things that I'm wanting to do this morning. One is to invigorate you and to tell you, you are at the center of the next universe of the world of where we are heading. The working in the field that you are working on is the very key to the very things that people get so entranced with today. And many of you are addicted to a phone that has been a disruptor even 10 years ago. Think about what we're doing now. But then if you want to get really wonky about it, think about the actual protections and think about the privacy issues and think about who owns that privacy issue and who is monetizing those privacy issues and who is taking advantage of those privacy issues, who owns that patent, who can abuse that patent, who can change that patent, who can then go before the PCAB or go before the courts and actually begin to cause disruption in that. And when you start thinking about it in those terms, then you have moved beyond the wonkiness of the patent law into the real life scenario of what people actually use patents for, and that is to improve or better their lives. At the end of the day, it's about jobs. At the end of the day, it's not about us having coffee in this room. It is about those people who get up every day, go to work, and have new jobs and new economies and new business, and their gaze has been raised to a new level because someone has thought about something. I was at a meeting yesterday in New York. Went up to talk about this. And one of the things I just said, no matter what I have, when I have a chance to talk to people in this industry, I want us to remember that most don't understand what we're talking about. And I make jokes about it, but the reality is we've got to do a better job at realizing that the innovation, the thought, that moment, that spark, that creativity, that kind of issue is worth protecting. It is the very essence. Although I can put a value, say, of depending on where we're at in D.C., this is $5. In my hometown, it's 25 cents. But whatever the value is, I can put a value on a widget. I want to ask you for a second. We're now in an economy in which we don't value necessarily the widget. The innovation economy is valuing an algorithm or a thought that people mostly can't see or understand. The question is, how do you put that thought and get somebody like my 20-year-old who's at the University of Georgia, his happiness in life is trying to work on campaigns and decide if the alpha and chi psi is actually still the plan with the fraternity particle flying. How do I convince him that that song or that music or that idea or that tool that he wants to use is valuable and should not be stolen? And that's exactly what it is. We don't talk in terms like that anymore, though. Well, it's on the internet, it must be free. Oh, let's try to get some of you up on this morning. If it's on the internet, it must be free. Oh, bull crap, it ain't free. If it was free, Google would be a nonprofit. Guess what, Sundar? You're not a nonprofit. It's not. I know that may get close to some of you. But you got to think about this for a second. How do we then take this? One of the interesting things, I was talking to a researcher yesterday, and he brought something into just radical focus for me. And he talked about it in terms of discovery and invention. And he said, we got to quit talking about them as the same thing. Discovery and invention. And I thought about it, and I listened to him for a few minutes, and he talked about how many times do people that you represent who have or hold patents or applying for patents or exercising the use of a license patent, or however you want to look at that, when they look at that, they take it in terms of that's all we think about. What is that use of? But what he was wanting to discover, and he's in cancer research and other things, and for him, what he had to remember is that the discovery process is what he called it. That discovery, that learning, that innovating is the very essence and issue that we have to understand. That we always focus on the end result, but if we're not protecting the process as we go through, then we are going to miss the product. And this is what we do when we talk about intellectual property. This is what we do when we talk about patents. This is what we do and why we get so geeked up over decisions like Alice and Mayo and all these things. And all of a sudden we go, what does that mean? It means there's a part in the discovery and the innovation that we have to bridge the gap to make sure that our country is still the leading exporter of ideas. Maybe at the end of the day, it's not about the widget, it's about the idea, because the idea is behind the widget. And we have to begin to tell the American people a story of the innovators and the discovery process that all of a sudden, remember, and I always go back to this, many people thought in the late 60s we simply wanted to go to the moon to beat the Russians, and that was part of what we wanted to do. We wanted to go because it was sort of that next thing. We're going to go to the moon. We're going to be adventurers. We're going to explore. I'm a child of the 60s. I miss NASA. I used to watch those shows about stowing away on the rockets. I wanted to do that. You know, I wanted to go because that was the next. I'd sit there and look at the moon and not know how I'd get there because math was not a strong suit. As you can notice by my career pursuit. Pastoring and lawyering doesn't really mean that I was in math class a lot. Okay? So missed that part. But I still wanted to go. And that's what we got to reinvigorate. So it made me passionate about learning and discovery. So if we in patent law, if we into these kinds of incentive and protection, discovery must be protected. Because let me tell you something. If there is no protection for what you have developed, then there's no real frank reason for you to continue except as a hobby. Think about that one for a second. I can't make a living reading books, but I enjoy reading books. That's the discovery process that helps me grow and develop and move. And I think in our field that we're talking about today and how we begin to determine what patents are and how we protect them, I am becoming more and more convinced that if we do not focus on the fact that protections of patents and patent ownership and content, given the fact of how we do that, our economy is going to suffer and others will continue to steal from our economy and grow their own. China did not get to the moon. As much as I am respectful of many things in China, they did not get to the moon because all of a sudden they had a great thought on how we can put a vessel up there. They stole most of it. They re-engineered it, put it up there. I'm proud of them. God bless them. But do we really want to take that into the world? China needs to be worked with in our new economy, but they also have to have protection so that they can't take from an economy in which they don't participate in. This is where you come in. This is where the discussions today are going to roll. Patent eligibility. 101. I wish this was a class instead of a section. And Judge, how is it interpreted? Your Honor, I'm asking. Yeah. Here we go. You know, I look at this and I say, you know, I get this, and we get these decisions, and I want to touch on it briefly. I think we made a decision. You know, sometimes in life you just have to learn by doing. Okay? I mean, some of us in here are visual learners. We can watch other people make mistakes and say, I'm not stupid enough to do that. I'm not one of those. I have to, you know, if my mom told me the pan was hot, guess what Doug was going to do? Yeah, it is hot. I agree with you. But I had to learn. So about 2 years ago, John Farrell, who's now parliamentarian counsel on the Judiciary Committee, we decided we're just going to stick our foot into 101. Let's just go out and everybody's talking about the decisions and going to talk about, you know, how's a mail and how to judge. I can't understand this. But anyway, we had these mixed decisions and how it all interpreted and how we do this. And we said, well, let's go in and let's try to make some definitional issues. Let's begin to talk about the viability. Let's talk about what makes it patent eligible. Let's talk about what actually is real when we come to determining this as we move forward. You would have thought that I had stole the Lindbergh baby. I mean, I didn't really. I mean, we had more people come out of the woods saying, what are you doing? You know you shouldn't do this. This is killing us. I'm like, I didn't do any of this. I'm simply asking for an internal audit and discussion on what is patent eligibility. What does it mean when we say this? How are we taking court cases that give us these tests, but then again on the other side we're having a PTAB and others that are not using even some of the same rules as we go forward. And we're having some of that move forward now. And to say maybe we can line those up better with the system in the court and how we do that. Can we get more than one bite at the apple? I hear that so much. At one point I heard that statement comes from more patent attorneys. You know, we're not sure we want more and more bite at the apple. I just thought they were vegetarian. I mean, it's like we eat apples a lot. Come to Georgia, I'll give you a peach. How about one more bite of the peach? You know, or something like that. But it's always this discussion on what do we do? I try to make this a little bit entertaining because if we get real serious, I can do really bored. That's not good. But if we don't start asking these questions in an atmosphere like this in which we can share ideas, where we can say, I think this works, and you can say, no, I think this works better. And it's the same thing that we go back to the very inventors that we represent, the very idea makers in this country that we want to encourage. We want to encourage that 10th grader at X elementary, at X high school, somewhere in this country, who has just come up today, a thought that just doesn't seem like normal thought, but it's something that will lead to a discovery and something that will help us all as we go forward. We want to take right now that college student right now who's grieving the loss of a grandparent that they deeply love to cancer, and right now they're putting everything they possibly can into understanding how maybe a cellulose molecule or a sugar molecule can attach to a cell and not go to a furnace, but attack the specific cancer and begin to reimagine how that can happen. Why? Not because they thought they'd change the world, not because they thought cancer was not, because they lost their grandmother. When we put this into reality and fact on how we begin, that's why patent eligibility is something we need to discuss. It's why we need a formalized, how we can have everybody say, this is what field we're playing in, and not have it open to where we don't know what field we're playing in. This is why patent law matters. This is why trade protections matter. As we look at trade agreements and intellectual property agreements that have to be associated with these trade agreements, because if not, there'll be, as Ross Perot said in the 90s, there'll be a giant sucking sound of ideas leaving us and going to where they can be protected. I brought this interesting comment just yesterday, and I'll sort of wrap some of my discussion up here, and I'll take a couple of questions. If we in Congress, and this is a scary thought, there are members of Congress right now who have actually called our patent system and even the Constitution Party government-run monopolies. That's scary, especially from some of them who believe themselves to be constitutional scholars. When we have that kind of a discussion that we need to roll back our patent system, or roll back to be, and again, from my faith background, to be like every other country. Remember, a certain country wanted a king. They said, we just want to be like everybody else. And right now there's a thought in Congress that we want to be like everybody else. Why would you want to go and be like everybody else when you are the top, when you are the best, when you have the protection? And the reason America has the protection, it has the intellectual capacity it has, is because it's protected. It may not be popular right now. There may be a collective assault running our country, but I want to tell you, at the end of the day, when real change happens, it happens because people will invest in something if they can get a return on that investment. And most of the time, as you well know in this room, that's a 90% failure proposition. But the only reason they keep coming back is our patent protection. Our ability to have a stable system that says your investment will be protected as you do the discovery, as you do the process, we will protect on the backside. We will give you the opportunity to say how we can move forward and do that. So as we look at this, think about it for a second. If we continue down a path in which we tear down our system, we tear down our content, or we tear down our patent system, no matter which side of the scale you want to fall on this, what would stop the country all of a sudden to say, you know, I see the future, and I see where protection is, and I see how you innovate, and I see how you take investors, and I see how you match them with product, and I see how you can begin to have an economy that grows and builds jobs. Could you imagine? I just threw this out yesterday. A Britain who is all of a sudden becoming lonesome in the EU, to decide all of a sudden to change their thought process and to say, maybe this is where we can begin to grow again, that we're now more isolated from the European Union, and we're trying to build our economy. Or maybe another country, China, who is getting more and more understanding that they can't be a sustaining force in the way that they currently are, or bringing that forward. I bring those ideas to you not to scare you, but to make you think. To make us all think that how we communicate what we do, why we communicate this subcommittee and committee and judiciary, and why it matters, is because at the end of the day, everything we're leading to leads back to the idea. When we're doing the Music Modernization Act, there's a saying in Nashville, it all starts with a song. In this world, all calls starts with an idea. We get written down and erased. Written down again and erased. Written down again and changed. Written down again and shared. And then written down again and collaborated. And then the next thing we know, the idea through protective patent law and investment is the thing that one day says you now can carry your life around in your hand. It's the one day thing that will be able to come to a doctor and say, I know what a pet should show, but let me tell you about what this got. That's why this matters. That's why the discussions we have, and why I take it so personally and willing to dig down deep on any time you want to. But I feel a necessity every time we talk about this, whether it's 101, whether it's anything else you want to talk about, never forget why we do what we do. It's easy to get lost in the statistics, but don't ever forget that this is a fight that is worth fighting. Thank you. If you have a couple of questions, I'll be happy to. If I can't answer them, I'll refer them to somebody sitting out here.
Yeah. Thanks for that. There you go. Yeah, exactly. A question for you. You've spoken very passionately about patents. The patent dorks in this room appreciate that, certainly. Do you think this is an area where you may be able to cooperate with Chairman Nadler, and does he have any of the same sort of passion that you have about these issues?
I would hope so. It is an interesting thing. Look, right now, I'll give you the background of Congress right now. We're having to go through what every new change of a House has to, and that is the pent-up frustration of the Democratic Party now being in power after many years not. They're having to run through their list, and I get that. And we'll have our fights and we'll have our back and forth and everything. But I will also tell you, if you ever watch the camera while we're up there, I'm leaning over and I'm talking to the chairman. I'm saying, Chairman, okay, we get this done. What do you think about X? Do you think we can move? So there are ways. What I have found is, and if you look at my legislative portfolio, it's been completely bipartisan on especially the big events. And last year, three of what I would claim is the bigger bills actually were very much bipartisan with myself, Hakeem Jeffries, whether it was First Step Act, which was our bill, the Criminal Justice Reform, the Music Modernization, go back to the Cloud Act back at about this time last year on data protection. I believe there is an appetite there. It's just going to take us a little bit of time to get there. The only fear, and I'll just state it publicly, is it's going to take us longer to get there, and then that wonderful thing called a 2020 election is going to kick in. That is a concern I have. So I'm hopeful, and we're going to be putting things together. We're already working, whether it be in 101, whether it be, and I know there's been many proposals out there. I know many in the room are favorable to Mr. Stiver's bill, the Stronger Act. There's other things there I think we can work with. There's things that I think we would need to work on in that bill. There's other areas out there that we can. And then you got this very bad idea coming out from frankly the other side, from Mr. Doggett from Texas. Look, we can't lower our standards again to satisfy. Sometimes we just have to teach.
Thank you.
Congressman Gene Quinn from IP Watchdog. I was going to ask whether you thought we could accomplish anything this Congress, but I think you just kind of addressed that. So maybe if I could just pivot the question a little bit and ask you, what do you think might be achievable this Congress if we get to going towards the 2020 elections and we can't get a bigger package? Is there anything that could be obtained, in your opinion?
I think what we'll see, I think maybe in this one is you're going to see possibly some work toward, and I think this is also with the administration as well, some PTAB improvements. I think some things that have been discussed there, whether, some of the gamemanship that we've seen play there. And I think those are things that we could possibly come together on to tighten up. I would love to see us have a series, and this is something I think the Senate, is actually going to try. I'd love to see this in the House, is that we take up a series of hearings. And let's just sort of, and if we could do this early on and not be attached to necessarily a piece of legislation, but let's discuss ways that the universe, and whether they agree or disagree, come to the table and say, this is what we see as a problem, this is what we see as a problem, and then it allows us to have a better legislative roadmap. One of the things I have found is, in my experience, and because I've dealt in bills that required very diverse groups coming together, music in and of itself, we had 40 to 50 stakeholders that frankly wouldn't talk to each other 5 years ago, and we actually got them to a bill. Same was true with criminal justice. So I think those are the kind of things, practical issues that do move this forward, that we can find agreement on taking smaller steps, bringing those, binding them together, and saying how we get to a bigger picture that could eventually lead us up into the 101 discussion and the patent eligibility side. Because the courts, the PTO office, others have begged us to do that. I think it is derelict on our duty if we don't do that, but I also understand the fears of some not wanting to touch it.
Can I follow up?
You can.
We
have a follow-up policy here, not.
All right. So I believe when you were doing the music in that area, there was hearings that really involved everybody. You involved people that were both pro and against, and artists and singers, songwriters, and everybody. Maybe I'll speak for myself, but I think a lot of the people in the room have noticed a lot of times when there's been hearings on this issue, the one voice that's been missing a lot of times is the inventor voice. And is that something that we think we might be able to fix this Congress?
I'm hopeful we can. Yes, and because I've heard that from folks as well, and it's again part of it. And when I say this is Doug Collins. I think sometimes we get so caught up in our own thoughts or our inputs. I mean, we're all creatures of input, and that leaves out some of the very players that you've talked about because maybe they haven't had a stronger voice. It's been the bigger entities that have had stronger voices. So my office has always been open. One of the actual ways that we were able to accomplish that was I had folks coming in early on that had very much disagreements with, but yet we were able to include them into the process so that it is as Lyndon Johnson said in a very cleaned up form, I'd rather have them on the inside looking out than on the outside looking
and I know you're very inclusive. That's why I asked you that question, and I hope that my observation, Gene Quinn, is some of the others in the committee haven't always been as inclusive as you have always been in your open door policy. Yep. And I hope that now, with you being in a position of authority, you can bring that more inclusiveness that you've always brought to this issue. Because I do know a lot of inventors that have felt left out, and I'll just leave it at that. And I
appreciate it. Look, I think at the end of the day, I think I've met with many people at the end of the day. They got nothing of what they wanted when they first walked into the office, but yet we're very good friends, and because we can understand that there's just going to be differences. It is, but at least we're listening to. Yes.
Congressman, thank you for being here. Thank you for your remarks. Also, thank you for the bipartisan tone you struck with the new chairman of the committee. I think it's great to see. I hope it lasts. One thing on the 101 issue, just a suggestion for something to think about. As the Congress engages in analyzing this issue, I think it's pretty clear to everyone that it's a very complicated area of the law, and there's a variety of opinions as to what the role of 101 is and how to, what the court's decisions meant and how to apply those decisions. And perhaps an interim step that the Congress might want to consider is the director of the PTO has proposed a framework for the analysis of future patent applications pursuant to 101, which simply, to make it, as I understand it, which I need a dumbing down version of it, it just gives direction to the examiners for how to apply these new decisions in a way that leads to some degree of uniformity and predictability. And I think there's broad consensus of support, or at least acceptance of what the director is trying to do, but there's a question as to the legality of it. Does he have the authority to issue a rule that essentially directs how the patent examiners will apply those cases? And perhaps one of the things that Congress could consider is giving the PTO director the authority, the substantive rulemaking authority, to at least create a framework for the analysis of these cases, while we consider to go the more complex issue of how to address substantive 101 reform. Just a suggestion.
It is great, and I'm glad that the director's here, and I agree with his, I think it was one of the things I think you described at Mayo and Alice's a tortured exercise, and I think I agree with that. On how you apply, but there does need to be some stability in that process. My only concern with I would rather us take and do the hard work and find some solutions than do and this comes back from my conservative side, my more, Article 1, Article 2 kind of thing, and say, look, there's a role that we need to play, and sometimes we in Congress make problems by, no offense, giving it to agencies that, frankly, we should just be dealing with on a bigger frame. Is there possibly a small interim step? I'm sure it's something that we could definitely look at, but my fear is what I've seen in Congress, and even in my short time there, is interim steps become permanent steps. And I think then you're ending up with, we may like the direction right now, but we're not going to like the direction, maybe 2 years from now. But it's a great idea. I'll be able to take another one. One more.
Chairman Collins, first of all, thank you very much. Dave Kapos from New York. Let me say, love your energy and passion for this subject and your ability to put it in terms that people understand. Jobs, healthcare, that is absolutely great. Please keep on your vector. My question goes in a little different direction. We've talked a lot. You talked a lot about 101. Another serious challenge we're now facing is the lack of an effective injunctive remedy for infringement of patents here in the U.S. We used to think of the injunction as being an almost automatic remedy. Then there was the eBay Supreme Court decision that was supposed to reset the balance. And now what we're finding in the course of the last 1 or 2 years is that it's very unusual that any injunction gets granted for patent infringement in the U.S. So I wonder if there's any sense that you've got, if this is something you're hearing about. The problem with the lack of an injunctive right is that when you translate that into areas like 5G, standard setting, the next big battlegrounds for competitive dominance on a world stage, a China that automatically grants an injunction, a Germany that automatically grants an injunction versus a U.S. that basically doesn't grant injunctions, my view is putting us at a very serious competitive disadvantage. So I just wonder if you got any thoughts. Is that something you're hearing about?
We're hearing a lot about it, and I know that is something that has been brought up in legislation and being discussed. I would not want to. There's always, I think the discussion as you move forward is, and this is where it gets complicated, and we really could bog down. But I think the point you bring is, how do we provide relief for those patents that are valid, that we have shown through the test are valid, that they need to be protected. I think we do have to have that discussion, but also at the same point have that balancing perspective in the sense of, are we also abusing that process as well, to where the true nature of the case can be developed. Those are the kind of discussions I think we need to have, bringing in both sides. My hope is the chairman would want to do this in the furtherance of the process. Not only that issue, and I'll take a step further out here too, is we also have to determine as we go forward what is the role of players in this market, and that revolves everything from the single inventor to the university setting to everywhere else, and how do we deal with those in between? Because I think that's another area that we'd have to decide, how do you want to play it? I have, frankly, the University of Georgia is where my money goes, and 2 children, but also it's in my district, and they have a very large licensed portfolio player, and it's something very important to them. But the question is do they act as a research institution, or are they acting as a private entity? And I think those are the kind of things that you bring up that we do have to. And there is a certain urgency developing now because of sort of what you have talked about, the world stage. We have become so interdependent and so quickly. I mean, things that can be discussed in this room this morning can be talked about this afternoon or right now in Germany or London or China. So we're going to have these discussions as we go forward. But I think this is why this matters, why I got the time to come up here this morning and wanted to say the door is open. Let's have these conversations as we move forward. And this is what makes us better at the end of the day. I'll go back to the very first thing that was said about me. I have a bride at home of almost 31 years that absolutely still takes my breath away. I have 3 kids that I've been blessed with. If I come up here and simply come up here to do interviews and to take a check and to vote every once in a while on what are we going to name the next post office in Timbuktu, then I have failed my life. Because if I want to come up here and do that, that's a whole different reason. I want to come up here and actually try to make a difference, and I would encourage other members of Congress to be legislators so that when we do leave, after a short time, I can look back on and say, while at least I was here, we tried to make a difference. And every day, you do that as well. Thank you. God bless you.
Good morning, and welcome to the Inventing America Conference. I'm Laurie Self, Senior Vice President and Counsel for Government Affairs at Qualcomm. We're thrilled to have everyone here for this important conversation about the critical importance of intellectual property to the United States leadership in global innovation. The exclusive right of inventors to profit from their ideas is what Senator Chris Coons has called a bedrock principle of our innovation economy. the driving force behind American ingenuity and progress, and a key source of our economic prosperity and opportunity. Before I introduce our next session, I want to thank again Ranking Member Collins for kicking us off this morning in a time where intellectual property rights are critical to the industries of the future, 5G, IoT, artificial intelligence. We need champions like Congressman Collins. So thank you again for his time and really insightful remarks this morning. Next, we are honored to hear from Andrei Iancu, the Undersecretary of Commerce for Intellectual Property and Director of the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. Since its confirmation in 2017, Director Iancu has taken swift action to change what he has called the harmful rhetoric around patents, using his platform as director to advocate for strong patent rights. He also backs his words with actions. Under Director Iancu's leadership, the USPTO finalized a rulemaking that harmonizes the claim construction standard at the PTAB with the Phillips standards used in federal district court. He's begun a process to make it easier for patent owners to amend claims before the PTAB and drafted new guidance to help examiners and patent applicants navigate the difficult terrain of Section 101. I also want to commend Director Iancu for his commitment to fostering diversity in our patent system, encouraging women inventors and inventors of color to apply for and obtain more patents. Just yesterday, the USPTO released a report showing that as of 2016, only 21% of U.S. patents listed a woman as an inventor, and women made up only 12% of all inventors on patents. We thank Director Iancu for undertaking this important study and for his commitment to ensuring that the U.S. does better to ensure underrepresented populations participate fully in our innovation pipeline. We're also grateful to have Rana Foroohar with us today to interview Director Iancu in this fireside chat. Rana is a global business columnist and an associate editor at the Financial Times based in New York. She's also CNN's global economic analyst. Her book, Makers and Takers, The Rise of Finance and the Fall of American Business, about why the capital markets no longer support business, was shortlisted for the Financial Times McKinsey Book of the Year Award in 2016. Her next book, Don't Be Evil, The Trouble with Big Tech, will be published by Crown in 2019. Thank you, Director Iancu and Rana, for being here today. And now I'll turn it over to Rana to moderate this discussion.
Thanks, Lori. Good to see you. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Lori, and thank you, Director, for being here, and thanks to all of you. I had the great privilege, I think, of doing the first interview with you when you were put into your new post, and so it's really nice to be here for a catch-up and a review of what you've done, which is a lot. I'll just set the stage by saying quickly, I got interested in this topic. I'm not an IP journalist per se, but I've been covering global business for almost 30 years. I'm dating myself, but that's okay. And a couple of years ago, I began hearing from a lot of business people in different walks of life, small business people, inventors, people protecting IP in universities, et cetera, saying, you know, we're having trouble protecting IP. This is affecting innovation and job creation, which is something I was looking at very carefully. And as I dug into it, I found that there had been a lot of changes in the patent system in the last decade or so. And so I want to just set the stage by asking you first, when you came to your post, what did you see as the problems, and what has your action plan been thus far, and what can we expect from you going forward?
Great. Good. So the entire interview in one question. That's good.
I like to go big and then whittle down.
First of all, great to see everybody. And indeed, it was about a year ago that you did conduct the first interview, and good to be here again with you. So I've been in the IP field for 20 years or more, actually, and like everybody here, I've seen the IP field and patents in particular being challenged, and the legitimacy of the entire system being questioned. And I thought, and I do think now, that it's a significant problem. I don't know that the folks out there fully understand the critical importance of our patent system and IP rights. The fact of the matter is, and I say this in a variety of forums that I go to, so folks here probably have already heard me say it, the fact of the matter is that human societies have been around for a very long time. And for thousands and thousands of years, and there have been so many different types of advanced societies, frankly. And despite all that, at the time that this country was founded, 200 and some years ago, the state of the human condition was basically the same as it was in ancient Rome. No lights, no cars, no surgeries, no anesthesia, things like that. And it really is, I fully believe, that the patent system that's constitutionally enabled in this country is a key contributor to our growth. And the fact of the matter is, you can question what the cause and what the effect might be, but the fact of the matter is that humanity does not know progress, simply does not know progress without the U.S. patent system. And it is affirmatively dangerous for us to try to experiment now, for the first time in American history, with dramatically weakening the patent system, and in some cases, depending on some proposals, removing some fundamental tenets. So everything I have done since I've come here, and what I plan to do, is to make sure that our system is robust, predictable, and reliable, that folks know what rights they're entitled to, where they can invest, and that once they have a patent, that they can rely on it.
So, your office is one piece in a puzzle, right? There are also court decisions, there are congressional decisions, there's legislation that you have to work with. In your ideal world, I mean, you've made some changes, you're trying to bring certainty to what's patentable, to how the process works, but in your dream world, what needs to come together to actually solidify and secure the system and make people feel confident about inventing new things here?
Right, so we do have constitutionally the divided government, right? We have 3 branches, and we have checks and balances, and I'm a big, full believer in that system. I do hope that the courts in particular will look at what we have done at the Patent Office in the past year, especially with respect to Section 101, for example, and find that what we have done is right, is correct, and in fact it comports with overall jurisprudence already in existence. But it clarifies the system. So I do hope that courts take a more careful look at what we have done and see that it makes sense. I'll give you one example. There was a decision last week from the Federal Circuit. It was a 2-to-1 split decision in a biotech case. The majority found the patent not eligible, pursuant to Supreme Court precedent. The dissent would have found the patent eligible. The majority indicated in a footnote that it believes it has no choice to go the way they did, given Supreme Court precedent. I would urge the court to re-look at the Supreme Court precedent very carefully and reassess whether, in fact, it is that constraining.
Can you talk a little bit more about the details of that case and what the sort of practical, real-world implications are of this?
Sure. So it is it's a diagnostic method to some extent, and the court found that in light of the first Mayo case, this happens to be Mayo as well, involved here, the challenger, the accused infringer, and found that in light of the first Mayo case, diagnostic methods and the diagnostic method of that particular patent are not eligible. Despite the fact that in this particular case there was a human-made process, including a human-made tool involving natural products, of course, but nevertheless a human-made tool that was used. It further adds to the question as to whether diagnostic methods are patent eligible in the United States. It does, to some extent, put us at odds with foreign jurisdictions that are not quite as restrictive as we have been when it comes to diagnostic techniques, especially when they use human-made approaches. And that is a critical distinguishing factor.
Okay, well, you're teeing up a couple of topics that I want to get into. One is the nature of innovation and some of the high-growth areas and what you think needs to be protected and how it should be protected, but also the U.S.-China divide, right? And to a certain extent, the U.S.-Europe-China divide, because there are different ways in which each of these regions are looking at IP. And particularly, I mean, China is really coming on strong in areas of healthcare, big data, AI. How do you talk about the changing regional landscape there and how you see the U.S. in context?
So this is a very big topic, right? And it touches obviously on intellectual property protections, but it also touches on the much broader innovation ecosystems across the world. We live in a very competitive innovation ecosystem nowadays. It wasn't always like this, but right now everybody is focused on innovation, from the smallest countries to the largest. China is very much focused on these issues. When we talk about IP, likewise, the IP landscape is competitive. And to a very large extent, that is a very positive thing. The fact that other countries, China included, are beginning to recognize the importance of IP and protecting IP is a good thing. It enables American companies, for example, to feel more secure about doing business around the world. So that is a positive thing. Having said that, if what's happening is that certain areas of technology are more appropriate for protection in foreign jurisdictions than in the United States, and if we lag behind and create per se rules that certain areas of human technology are not protectable in the United States, whereas other countries might begin to protect them, we do risk driving investment for those areas of technologies away from the United States and into those foreign jurisdictions.
Are there particular areas, and if you can be as discreet as possible, that you are blinking code red for you in terms of, okay, yeah, we really are losing innovation and entrepreneurs are going in these particular areas to other countries?
Well, I am concerned about us maintaining competitive leadership across the technological spectrum of all, well, first of all, across all technologies, but in particular, the technologies of what some people call the fourth industrial revolution. Biotech is an example, and diagnostic methodologies that are, that use human-made technology. I am concerned about that. I am concerned about our leadership when it comes to autonomous vehicles and artificial intelligence and the like. Those areas are some of the diciest when it comes in the United States to Section 101 jurisprudence. I think what we have done at the PTO with our recent guidance is to help clarify some of those areas, but I'm hoping that the courts will help us clarify.
So this is a really big topic, and I want to kind of pull the lens back for a minute and pose a couple of arguments that I'm hearing as I'm out reporting and get your thoughts on them. When we look at Internet of Things, AI, data-driven industries like this, IP-driven industries, I hear kind of two arguments from people that know China, know the U.S. competitiveness debate around China. I hear, okay, it's all about data now. China's got more data. They have no privacy issues around this. They're going to have a lead, and that's why we need to have larger platform tech companies doing their thing. We need to not worry as much about the things we're talking about here. I also hear a counter-argument that actually we need to focus more on decentralization and more on making sure that small innovators in particular have, have what they need to succeed. And I'm just curious how you think about that. And also, are there fair points to be made on either side? Are there ways in which different business models have different ways of innovating, and the patent system, is it capable of managing all of that? A lot here, I know, but we can piece it apart.
I do. It's an excellent topic. Look, I think there are fair points to be made on both sides. I think we have huge advantages in the United States. I think our free enterprise system is a huge advantage. Our capitalist system is a huge advantage over what they have. The free flow of ideas, the competitive nature inherent in our system is critically important in driving faster and faster innovation. I heard the congressman refer to some folks saying that the U.S. patent system creates government-issued monopolies. And he disagreed with that statement, and I strongly disagree with that statement. I think our patent system is a pro-competitive system that encourages more and more innovation in a free enterprise system. I also think that we have 200 years of tremendous technological growth that we can bank on, and worldwide leadership that gives us a tremendous advantage, plus the inherent ingenuity of our people, creativity of our people, and grit of our people. I think all of those things in combination give us a tremendous advantage. On the other side, China has a variety of advantages as well. First, something we can't do really anything about is that they are probably approximately 4 times as large as we are. They have 1.4 billion people or so, number one. Number two, they do have a centralized economy, for the data acquisition and processing point of view that enables machine learning and the like, that does give them an advantage. There's significant disadvantages to that, privacy and the like, but from a technological advancement point of view in those areas, they have that advantage as well. And they have the ability to dictate, something we really don't want to do, but they do have this ability to dictate where the investment is going to go. And they've told us the various areas in their China 2025 plan where they are dictating this investment to go. And it is the primary areas for the fourth industrial revolution. So we have a competition on our side. And on top of all that, they're not playing fairly in a variety of ways. And this administration is trying to address some of those issues. So we have significant competition on our hands. And we must do everything we can to increase our competitive advantage. And if I just quickly finish up on that, first and foremost on that front is to make sure that our laws and our systems, beginning foremost with our IP system, is a reliable and predictable system. That is a minimum threshold requirement. Second, we need all hands on deck. And that is why I strongly believe that we cannot compete with one hand tied behind our backs. We need everybody involved in the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem, demographically, geographically, economically, and the like. We need more inventors and entrepreneurs. We do have certain advantages, but we must make sure that we fully make use of them.
I'm going to ask you one more China question. I don't want to make it a completely conversation, but how do you think of this strange juxtaposition between China toughening up patent laws, making it easier to patent certain kinds of inventions and materials there, and yet also there being rampant IP theft? I mean, how should all stakeholders be thinking about that environment?
You know, it's stakeholders. So there are positive aspects of this, as I said, increasing their protections of IP. So to some extent, American companies feel a bit more comfort going and doing business there. At the same time, I think stakeholders need to be very careful about doing business there because of the potential theft. We, as a government, need to do everything we can to get them to stop all the IP theft and to play fairly. And I do think that our administration is doing the right things in that regard. But at least for now, we see some positives, as you've indicated, but we also need to work on the negatives.
Let me ask you a couple more questions, and then we're going to open it up and let people have time to ask their own. One of the things I keep hearing from a lot of small business people is that they simply don't have the legal muscle to defend their IP in the current system. What do you think needs to change to make that happen?
Well, look, any IP system is a complex system. And on top of that, our civil litigation system in the United States is complex, and it can get expensive. It's a much bigger question, how to address civil litigation and the broad discovery rules and the like in the United States. I just want to put some things in perspective. Enforcing IP rights in the United States has never been the mythical, as some have indicated, easy in the past. There are always arguments to be made on both sides. We need to have, and have always had, a very carefully balanced system. And sometimes there are close calls. So folks just need to stay in it. I do want to tie this a little bit into the prior China question as well. I do hear sometimes folks saying, too difficult to do to enforce patents in the United States, go to China, for example, or they have easier paths to an injunction or the like. But I do have to say, boy, I would always take the U.S. With our independent judiciary and fair systems any day over the Chinese system, despite the fact that they have made some improvements.
Let me ask you one more question before we open it up. I hear from a lot of folks that work in universities and are involved in the monetization of inventions coming out of universities, saying that it's just become impossible for them to really take all the innovation that's being created in U.S. universities, much of which is federally funded, and really commercialize that, and that there needs to be tightening of any number of aspects of the patent system to make that happen. Do you agree? And if so, what do you think the fixes are?
Some of the fixes are what we have discussed already in the patent system itself. They would very much benefit, like everybody else, from more clarity in the patent system, including Section 101. They also would benefit from a good system to take for tech transfer and improvements in the lab-to-market system. And we do have at the Department of Commerce, through NIST, a proposal on that front. So I think we're on the right path there as well.
Okay. Let me invite folks, if you want to come on up to the mic and ask some questions. We've got about another 10, 15 minutes, and I've got plenty of my own. We can start over here.
I very much appreciate you being here, Director Iancu. I want to ask you about investment in the United States and a couple of adverse trends, and perhaps you have some ideas of what to do about it. Venture capital, there are two things going on. One, we're not getting as much investment in the United States. I think we've gone from 10 years ago, virtually all of it being in the United States, to only about half. And the other aspect is that less is being done on long-term patentable products and more short-term sort of gimmicks or apps. How do we get back to the long-term on investment? I want to just have you touch upon that aspect of the discussion
today. A really good question.
It's a very good question, and there's several factors that go into the situation that you have identified with the percentage of investment in the United States versus the global system. To some extent, it is reflective of what's going on here. but to another significant extent, it's reflective of what's going on overseas. Other countries, simply put, have begun to focus on this exact issue, and they have made their own efforts to stabilize their systems, to improve their systems, and affirmatively go out and draw investment into their own countries, into their own areas of technology to an extent that we had not seen before. So this is reflective of increased competition on a global scale. And as I've said, it's from the smallest countries to the biggest, and everybody in between. So there's that. We need to up our game on that. The bottom line is we need clear laws here. We need to make it clear to the world and to the investment community that we are open for business here. And when you come to invest here, not only are you going to have access to the most brilliant minds, the grittiest inventors, but also to the most stable and fair and balanced legal systems. And I think everything that we've been discussing goes in that direction.
Okay. Question over here.
Director Iancu, thank you very much for coming today. Bill Wichterman here at Covington. And we are very grateful for all that you've been doing at USPTO. We know you've taken some criticism from folks for what you've been doing, but know that there's a lot of praise for what you're doing inside this room. Perhaps an odd question for you, but I want to throw it out. A lot of the degradation that's taken place in our patent regime in the last 15 years, most of it even, has come at the hands of the court, not at the hands of the legislature, not through the regulatory bodies. We're grateful for what you're doing. It's hard to see how there could be a bill that gets signed into law, this Congress making reforms. So we still remain at risk in the courts. What, if any, role can the USPTO be playing to help shape and affect the courts, knowing that before you came, the Trump Solicitor General had weighed in on a side which was disappointing to a lot of folks, for instance, in the oil states case?
Good question.
Yeah, so first of all, I do want to say that I am a big believer, once again, in our system of checks and balances and the independent judiciary. I think that adds a lot to our system. I think that, take Section 101, for example. I think we have provided a path, a framework that is entirely consistent with the case law, but makes things much more clear than it was before, synthesizes the cases. I think we provided a framework that folks can look at and say that, yeah, that is a framework that we can all work within. Whether it is Congress or the courts. So we'll see what they will do, but all we can do is, A, publicly advocate, like I have been doing and members of our leadership team have been doing, and provide this guidance document that folks can look at and assess. But I do think that if they would consider our framework, they would see that not only is it correct pursuant to law, but it also enables more predictability and clarity, including for their own decisions. But time will tell.
Thank you.
Okay, question here.
Hi, Director.
Oh, no, there's no question over here?
A compliment first. I really like your guidance on 101. I think it's fantastic.
Thank you.
Really helpful. I'm also glad that you were wise and had it apply to all PTO employees, which includes, in my estimation, the board. But that decision that you talked about from last week, which has caused concerns in my own family with respect to the outcomes, seems to go against your actual instructions with respect to 101. I was wondering first how the board is doing. Are they in fact following it? And what you are doing to accelerate the consideration of those guidelines by the courts, because I think there is no certainty, which I know is something you're very concerned with, until the courts evaluate it. And it didn't look good last week to me.
Thanks, Bob. First of all, the guidelines do apply to the board, and the board is applying the new guidance. Both in the ex parte context, and that's coming up in significant numbers, and there are already some decisions you can look at, but also in the AIA context for CBMs and PGRs, although there haven't been that many yet. There are not that many in general. We can only do so much in terms of accelerating what the court's consideration of this. When presented with an opportunity, we will go and advocate for our guidance. So if one of our cases goes up, obviously we will advocate for that. If there is an appropriate case for us intervening or providing an amicus brief, we'll try to do that if at the appropriate time. So I'll leave it at that. We'll see where it goes. And how they further rule. Let me just add one, if I may, going a little bit deeper into 101, into the guidance itself. The basic premise of what we've done is to ask our employees at the PTO, judges, examiners, and the like, if you're going to reject under 101, if you think something is not eligible, you have to tell us why. What is the subject matter? Don't talk about the claim first, but first tell us what is the subject matter that you think is not eligible, and who told us that in the United States we're not going to grant patents on that subject matter as a whole. And what we've done in the guidance is to identify categories from the courts, because legislatures hasn't told us per se, but the courts over the past 200 years has, the categories that we as a nation have decided, apparently, according to the courts, that we're not going to give patents to, right? Natural phenomena, mathematical expressions, economic principles, mental steps. But you cannot tell us that you're not giving a patent under 101 because the claim is too broad or it's indefinite. If that's the case, deal with it under 102, 103, or 112. You cannot tell us that the subject matter is ineligible because there's some technology that you think is not eligible. Nobody has told us that a particular technology per se is not eligible. So that's what we've asked our examiners to do. We think it's comporting with the law, but it provides clarity, and I'm hoping the courts will do the same thing.
Okay, I think we can take the last two if we're
Yes,
efficient.
my comment basically is to you, for your readers. In the 1970s, the antitrust law was very much similar to what we face now in the merger area, that the Supreme Court got involved and you had such great cases such as Philadelphia Bank, where two banks in a city couldn't merge. And it was a big concern on Wall Street. And what happened is Don Turner came down from Harvard and dictated the first set of merger guidelines when he was head of the antitrust division to Steve Breyer, who was the special assistant. And he did it on the golf course. And that's when the first merger guidelines came out. Now, they have been refined over the years from the industrial economic base now more to the Chicago School, et cetera. And one of your next speakers here is Alden All from the Federal Trade Commission, and we're old colleagues in this area. But the fight is going to be in the district courts. What you need to do is to be sure the district courts begin to cite the merger guidelines. That's what happened in the antitrust world, and the Supreme Court got out of the business. They never came back in. And so while it'd be nice if the Federal Circuit did something, the battle is going to be in the district courts, and the training needs to be done there.
Okay. Would you want to comment on that at all? Or?
No, thank you. I mean, if the courts begin to cite the guidelines, or at least do something similar, I agree. I think that would go a long way towards addressing the problem.
Okay. Last question here.
I'm glad that you're trying to clarify things. Hopefully the court will soon take the guidelines and evaluate them. But if the examiners or the board treat the guidelines as if they're a rule, the Court on Administrative Law Principles should simply vacate and remand for addressing the merits, because guidance isn't a rule. Check the McLuth Steel Products case that I lost for the EPA years ago when the agency treated guidance as if it was a rule. So they have to do the hard work of saying, when somebody challenges the rule, here's why the guidance is right, rather than just saying we're relying on the guidance.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that that our employees will do that. And importantly, again, I think our guidelines are a correct synthesis of the law. And the fact of the matter is, if our examiners and judges correctly apply the guidelines, the result will be a correct interpretation of the law.
So let me just ask you to do, I think we have to, do we have to wrap up or do we, sorry, there might be time afterwards, but let me ask you to just wrap, Director, by saying if we come back here in a year, what do you personally want to have accomplished?
Well, first of all, what we have done in the past year with respect to the PTAB, I think has already had significant impact in stabilizing AIA proceedings, and actually the Chamber of Commerce has recognized that as the main one of the main factors in our increased ranking on the patent system. I hope when we come back a year from now, we'll be in a similar place with respect to Section 101, that everybody here will agree that we have solved Section 101, and we can move on to something else that might be a little bit of a dream for just 12 months from now, but we'll see. I also hope, importantly, that we will continue improving the dialogue surrounding patents and intellectual property in general. I hope that the national discourse on IP will continue to focus on the brilliance of our inventors, the critical importance of our of invention, and the incredible benefits they all bring to our economy and society as a whole. The bottom line is that we all must keep advocating. It's a continuous discussion that needs to be engaged in the most positive terms. And we, for all of us who care about the IP system and care about driving a positive dialogue, we need to simplify our message. This is a complex area of law, but we can simplify our message. We can provide, as Congressman Collins has demonstrated this morning, critically important touch points and hooks that people can understand as to why this is such an important message to drive. And I think that if we all do that, including the leaders in this room, I think we'll be in a much better place next year as well.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for a great conversation.
Great.
Thanks for the questions.
So much. You guys did great.
Okay, good morning, everyone. We're going to call the group back to attention here. Thank you all for staying around for this panel discussion. I'm Dave Kapos, and I will introduce our panel here in just a moment. This is a panel discussion entitled Restoring America's Place as the Global Patent and Innovation Leader. And let me next introduce our panelists right here, and I'm going to go right down the panel in this direction. So first, right next to me here is Barbara Galt. Barbara is the Vice President and Executive Director of the Institute for Women's Policy Research. And next to Barbara is Melissa Brand. Melissa is the Associate General Counsel and Director of IP Policy at BIO. And then next to Melissa is Jeff Moon of, oh, I'm sorry, wrong order there. Next to Melissa is Mike Schwartz, Senior VP IP Litigation at TiVo. Hi, Mike. Thanks for joining us. And then next to Mike is Jeff Moon, China Moon Strategies, LLC. And finally, on the far end is Alden Abbott, who is the General Counsel of the FTC. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning for what I hope will be a lively discussion following a couple of good talks here earlier by government officials. So what is going on with restoring America's place as the global patent and innovation leader? You've already heard from Chairman Collins, lots of ideas, issues like Section 101 of the Patent Act, but I think a very good focus on why all of that matters. Why does it matter? It's because of jobs. It's because of opportunity. It's because of innovation outcomes. It's to cure cancer, right? And I hope we'll have that kind of focus on this panel this morning as well. Let me start, though, by offering time to each of the speakers, and lacking any better approach, we could just go right down the panel to make a few sort of introductory comments, because we've got quite a diversity of speakers, of panelists here, and lots of different viewpoints and lots of different issues. So we'll start and go right down the panel. And Barbara, would you like to go first?
Sure, thanks. So I'm here to make the point that equity on the basis of gender and race is going to become more and more of an economic imperative in strengthening our innovative ecosystem. We have had generous funding from Qualcomm to do a series of reports on women in patenting and women innovators, their representation and the role that it plays in the receipts and the returns on their innovations and their business investments. The USPTO report that came out yesterday, and it's a wonderful report, I hope you all will check it out, showed that 12% of inventors in the US are women. This is the status quo. This is what we're used to. But I'd like us all to try to be shocked by that number, and to keep in mind that in China, more like 30% of inventors are women. We are leaving a huge portion of potential inventors, of innovators, on the bench, so to speak. Think of all the possible inventions that are not being patented, that are not being commercialized. Women-owned businesses that have employees have half the receipts of men-owned businesses. But women-owned businesses that hold patents have 17 times higher gross receipts than those that do not have patents. So we need to be thinking about equity as a more central part of growing our economy and strengthening the innovative ecosystem. There are many strategies we can take, and I think that any legislative fix that we might be talking about here today to strengthen innovation, to strengthen patents, should include some kind of strategy, some kind of intervention that addresses equity. I think that when we look back on ourselves 50 years from now and we say, can you believe it? Only about 1 in 10 inventors was women, and they were completely, pretty much out of play off the playground, we're going to think that's about as ridiculous as men and women segregated job ads and the way we think about that today. And, I think it's tricky because probably for those of us in this room, we don't have a lot of power over what happens on the equity front, or we don't think of that. That's not a part of how we judge ourselves on our jobs. But I do think that, let's say, for those of you that are patent attorneys, this is going to be affecting clients more and more. If you look at the PTO report that was released yesterday, it lists out specific companies and how they're doing in terms of the representation of women in patenting. Shareholders nowadays are not as comfortable with pay inequities and with inequity in STEM by gender and race. I think it's hard for people to see what the economic gains might be in terms of being more equitable, but I think there's going to be pressure from the outside to achieve that kind of equity and more visibility, and it's going to be less something that we all just accept in the background and something that becomes a central point of discussion.
Thanks, Barbara. We'll definitely come back to this. A lot of interesting points. Melissa?
Hi, thank you for having me today. So I represent the biotech industry. I'm with BIO, which is the Biotechnology Innovation Organization. We have over 1,000 members that span the nonprofit and for-profit world. So we have small startup companies, research centers, universities, Fortune 500 companies. We cover it all, international and domestic. And it's, maybe you might think first about biopharmaceuticals, but we also have members in the agricultural and industrial biotech space. And so what all of these organizations and companies and research centers have in common is they work in an industry that has a very long lead time from invention to introduction of a product into the market. So a good example is the pharmaceutical industry, where we know it takes, on average, more than 10 years from invention to market entry. It can cost over $2.5 billion. And we know along the way, more than 90% of drugs that even make it to clinical trial will fail. So it's a risky endeavor. It takes a long time. It takes a lot of money, but it's worth it. Our system has created a world in which 60% of the new drugs over the last 20 years were invented and introduced in the United States. The biotech industry has contributed 1.7 billion jobs to our economy. So it's a very useful endeavor. Nonetheless, over recent years, we've seen a great increase in threat to one of the tools that allows all of these great accomplishments, and that's our patents. So we've heard a lot this morning about changes in jurisprudence that have caused a lot of uncertainty. The director talked about patent eligibility and including diagnostics, which is a huge issue for us. There have been other changes in jurisprudence that have been detrimental, making it harder for us to enforce our method of use patents. We've had changes with the PTAB, which fortunately the director has started correcting, but have really caused havoc for our patents and security. And finally, as Representative Collins mentioned briefly this morning, there have been calls for compulsory licensing of our patents. This is a system that 10 years ago you would have never heard of in the United States. It's a practice that occurs in very few countries abroad, yet now we have people on the Hill calling for these compulsory licensing bills of biotech patents. So it's a lot of insecurity in our space, and when you have industries that require such long lead times to product entry, and you have uncertainty in the patent world, it really makes the investment required for those innovations a lot harder to get and threatens the security of the innovation pipeline. So that's why I'm here. I represent these individuals, and we are hopeful that the tides are changing and we will return to a more secure patent system here in the U.S. Thanks.
Thanks, Melissa. And you seem to be at the center of the target of Chairman Collins' remarks this morning with discovery versus invention. We'll definitely come back to that later on. Mike?
Yes, thank you for having me. My starting point this morning is that having a strong patent system is important for a variety of reasons I'm sure will be discussed today. But I'm really here to talk about Alice 101 and what I believe is the imperative that we find a legislative solution to Section 101 to add or lend greater predictability and reliability into the patent system, including the patent holder's rights to enforce their patents. And this is a very personal view, but while high-level policy and academic discussion are important, I've found through over 20 years of practice, you oftentimes ignore the practical and the pragmatic in trying to come up with a solution that actually works. And as has been addressed already, I'm sure will be addressed throughout today, it's important to have that predictability, whether you're a small inventor, whether you're a startup trying to get funding, whether you're a public U.S. company that people and investors invest in, retirement funds invest in, employees get compensated by. It's entirely necessary to have some predictability to the system. So, as I mentioned, I've been doing this for 20 years. I was in private practice for 16, only the last 4 in-house. But in all that time, we're always asked to advise our clients on outcomes. Will we win? What are the risks? Or what is really the most unanswerable question, give me a numerical percentage of the outcome, right? And normally, and it's true in most walks of this legal profession, you look at the law, you look at the facts, and you start there, and you may add in another 10, 15 other factors. But since the Alice decision, that's not the analytical framework. The analytical framework is, what court am I in, what judge am I in front of, and what is that judge's track record on Alice decisions, on Section 101 decisions. And, with all due respect, it's no better at the Federal Circuit. Only there you can't do that ahead of time. You find out the morning of oral argument. And if people think I'm making this up, Judge Mayer, in a very recent concurrence in an IV decision, said all software patents are inherently ineligible. Right? So it really does matter who you get on your panel. And in my view, that violates the notions of due process, fairness, and the predictable outcome you would try and assess as you weigh risks and rewards, no matter which side of the V you're on in litigation. So when I look at this and I try and figure out what are the challenges that we here, the policymakers, have to try and address, is we need to try and find a statutory framework that allows for predictable and reliable patentability determinations across all technologies. We've never had a system that's statutory system that was technology specific. And in fact, we need a system that's flexible, that allows for patentability determinations on future innovations, some of which we may not even be able to conceive of yet, or maybe only the most forward-thinking minds and inventors are thinking about, but we can't conceive of even as policymakers. We need a system that doesn't allow for patentability at the forefront of a technology, and that by simply virtue of the passage of time and perhaps the popularity and ubiquitous nature of that technology, turn a patentable invention into a non-patentable invention, using that type of hindsight bias. So in my view, my starting premise here is that Section 101, the eligibility decision, should simply be a coarse filter. We can come up with a different framework perhaps, but nevertheless a coarse filter, and allow the better developed and the better structured rules under 102, 103, 112, et cetera, to be the finer filter on whether or not a particular technology was, is, and remains patentable. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And 101, the Alice side of it that you bring up, which sort of was glossed over a little bit earlier this morning, as we seem to focus on the life sciences side, also super important. So we'll definitely come back to that and tie it in. Jeff, comments?
China was the elephant in the room in our last discussion, so I'd like to supplement that a little bit by talking a little bit about what's going on in China and perhaps to spur further discussion. China has, for the last 4 decades, promoted a state-led, centralized innovation strategy that has had positive and negative effects on American inventors. We hear plenty in the news about the harmful effects of that policy. And in fact, today, as we all know, American trade negotiators are talking with their Chinese counterparts about IP theft, forced technology transfer, and other important issues and practices that China uses to further its innovation strategy. But I don't want to dig further into that unless you invite me to later on. I'd like to talk about some of the other aspects of China's innovation strategy that have a different effect on American inventors. China didn't pass patent legislation until 1984, but in the years since then, it's made enormous progress. China now issues more invention patents than any country in the world, and it's taken a number of aggressive steps to protect inventors. For example, China takes a more expansive view than the United States of patentable subject matter and grants patents for both software and business methods. Since 2014, China has established in 20 cities specialized IP courts with judges that are specifically trained in intellectual property. And on January 1st of this year, the Supreme People's Court launched a 3-year pilot program establishing an appellate IP court that will have appellate jurisdiction over all cases in China. By all accounts, IP litigation in China is both cheaper and quicker than it is in the United States. Injunctions are not only available, but 85% of the lawsuits where infringement was found result in an injunction. Transparency, which has traditionally been a problem in China, has improved through an online database of most but not all cases. Fairness is also an issue in China, but it turns out that according to statistics, foreigners in IP cases win about 80% of the time, which is about the same percentage for Chinese litigants. Low damages have also been a concern in China, but there are patent law amendments currently pending in the legislature that look like they will be passed that will increase that to a certain extent. It's important to note that China has taken all of these efforts to promote innovation and its innovation program for reasons of its own. Foreigners have been only an afterthought in all of this, and we forget that from our perspective, but foreigners are only involved in about 1% of all IP litigation in China. But the bottom line here is that China is certainly a rising power in the IP world. We need to consider that as our inventors develop IP strategies both at home and abroad, and perhaps we'll talk a little bit more about those issues later.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. And Alden.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks for the Innovation Alliance for inviting me. And I need to say out of the bat that the views I expressed today are my own, not necessarily those of the Federal Trade Commission or any individual Federal Trade Commissioner. And we have at U.S. Federal Trade Commission 5 such commissioners. Now, I think many of you know, but the FTC is the primary enforcer and administrator of U.S. federal consumer protection laws, and it also shares antitrust enforcement responsibilities with the Justice Department Antitrust Division and applies the same guidelines and so forth. I think guidelines are already referred to in the merger context. Now, in particular, regarding guidelines, I think there's some confusion. I still hear some people who think that the antitrust world views patents as monopolies, which should be constrained and limited at all times. That used to be the point of view by enforcers up through the 1970s. However, it's really been a consensus view now for several decades that's not that the patent law, properly understood, promotes innovation. I think everyone in the room agrees that. And the antitrust law, too, by strengthening competitive process, is aimed at promoting innovation. So in other words, antitrust and patent law are not at war, they're complements. They reinforce each other properly applied. Now, I should mention briefly, there are 2017, we're not going back to the First World War, 2017 revised Justice Department Federal Trade Commission guidelines on intellectual property, and in particular patent licensing. There's 3 overarching principles are that the antitrust enforcers regard a patent as being essentially comparable to any other form of property. Second, Justice Department and FTC do not presume that a patent creates monopoly power in the antitrust context. It would have to be proven up in any particular case. So this is very important. Third, Justice Department and the FTC recognize that patent licensing allows firms to combine complementary factors of production and is generally pro-competitive. Again, I underscore generally pro-competitive, efficient, desirable for society. Now, so why are we ever bringing cases involving patents? Well, I think the antitrust enforcers say the concerns are when patents are being applied in a manner beyond the scope of the patent, beyond the scope of the property right to harm the competitive process. But actual getting returns to the within the scope of the property right is fine. Now, having said that, I think many of you know there is some antitrust litigation ongoing involving the FTC in the patent space, and you know, I won't say anything particular specific about that. But again, these are cases where it is believed that it's not an attack on a property right at all. It's an attack on its abuse beyond the scope of the property right. Just the famous statement that there's nothing wrong with using baseball bats to hit a baseball, but you shouldn't use them to commit a tort to hit someone on the head. So now hearings. The FTC has held hearings on intellectual property issues in 2001, later 2011, and now currently it's holding hearings on a broader topic of innovation and in competition, consumer protection. In the 21st century, there were 2 days of hearings, last October, with public comment invited, that were directed to IP law, and most of the attention was directed to patents. I may have more to say about that later.
Yeah, thanks, Alden, and let's just go right back to that. Later is very soon. So talk more about the FTC's current hearings and what's likely to come out in the report. And I want to bring you back in particular to the title of this panel, Restoring America's Place as the Global Patent and Innovation Leader. So, you know, I remember the 2001 FTC report, and I remember more recent ones. And I think it's fair to say that while they've made fair and good points, they haven't been particularly supportive of restoring America's strength as the global patent leader. They've been cautious on patent rights, and they've focused on things like patent trolls and abuses of the system. So do you see prospects for the report that comes out of the current process to truly be a report that in some full-throated way, I would wonder in any way, comes out and assists in restoring America's place as the global patent and innovation leader? Or do you see this as another sort of an update on abuses of the system and what we need to do to curb abuses of the patent system?
Good questions, Dave. I think I will say about the earlier reports, those were very specific. They were really the first attempts of the FTC to start looking at some of the academic literature and analyses of the patent system. And this report is much broader. It's really looking at how competition law and also consumer protection law can be deployed in a way to promote innovation. And IP is only a small part of that. We're also looking at practices by the major digital platforms, privacy, data protection, all sorts of other issues. Having said that, I'll just give you a flavor, and I think we had a wide variety of speakers in the 2 days of hearings, including from PTO, the acting chief of the of PTAB, and also Drew Hirschfeld of USPTO, talking about some of the innovative things PTO is doing. But let me just touch on, and this is not necessarily fully representative, but a number of things we heard. We heard from Artie Rye, professor at Duke, sometimes known as a critic of the patent system, but she noted that there's been a shift since the 1990s from spending on research to spending on development, particularly in industries such as electronics and semiconductors. And she said the causes of the shift are unclear, but the weakening of patent rights could be a factor. We heard from Greg Raleigh of New Enterprise Associates, who argued that the American Invents Act and recent court decisions have disincentivized big inventions with less injunctive relief, lower damages awards, and made it more difficult for investors and to invest in major innovations and creating incentives to invest in minor innovations. As I say, we've already heard from a number of people from PTO, and I think we've also heard some testimony about the situation in China and about the concerns about how trade relations in China may be affecting patentability. So I think what we're going to do, what the FTC, I should say, is going to do is my colleagues are going to sort through all of the public testimony and also the statements submitted for the record and try and synthesize those. We haven't formally announced what the next steps will be. There's certainly a history of issuing reports, but there undoubtedly may be speeches. There'll be talk about broader policy pronouncements and issues. And as I noted the fact we heard from several people at PTO, and I think this may not be the last time. I think, again, there's part of the innovation ecosystem, so to speak. We'll be working with our colleagues at DOJ, at PTO, and elsewhere, and to think broadly about the patent system and innovation.
Yeah, thanks, Andrei. Is there a timeline for sort of finishing and coming out with a report?
Well, I think tentatively, the last sessions of the hearings will be probably in April. Now, as to when and if reports or parts, separate reports, chapters may be issued, I don't know. I think it remains to be determined. So I do not have a timeline, but clearly there's an interest, I think, certainly by the commissioners, a number of whom have already spoken at the hearings, to get the information we've collected synthesized and out to the general public so it can be discussed and help inform the policy debate.
Right, yeah, currency is super important, right, and having the report come out.
Oh, sure. And I think everyone is very aware of that. Everyone's very aware of current fast-breaking developments, such as Director Iancu's the new 101 guidance and things of that sort. That's part of the collection of things that are being looked at, I'm sure.
And just one last question from me, and then I'd love to hear from the other panelists. So 101, you were here to hear Representative Collins speak fairly extensively on that very refined topic this morning. Clearly, this has the attention of Congress. There's yet another roundtable, I guess the second roundtable that's going to occur here in D.C. later this week on that topic. Do you think that the FTC's report is going to, sort of clearly and directly address the potential disruptive and depressive effect of 101 on U.S. innovation leadership?
That I don't know. I don't know that. However, I do know, and certainly I think there's an appreciation, certainly by a number of people within FTC. I've helped try and raise the issue that 101 is extremely important, and part of a strong competitive dynamic environment involves a reduction in uncertainty. And clearly, some would say that the extent to which the Supreme Court decisions have reduced certainty about what is patentable subject matter and may have created disincentives on the margin to invest in research in the U.S. affecting that subject matter. To the extent that's the case, that certainly affects competition. So again, it underlines the idea that writ broadly, competition isn't just about looking, has a firm done the wrong thing or right thing. Competition really is a whole set of institutional factors, including certainly property rights and patent rights that influence incentives to create markets. Because if you have incentives to create new markets, you create consumer welfare, which the U.S. new consumer welfare, something the FTC and the Justice Department are very concerned about, and to the extent 101 is part of that discussion, it certainly warrants close attention.
Yeah, thanks. I'd love to get the other panelists involved in this discussion of FTC guidance. You've read past guidance from the FTC. What role does it play? How could it be helpful to the discussion we're having today? Other comments?
I have perhaps an observation. So one of my colleagues testified at one of the FTC hearings, and it was mostly about the pharmaceutical market. And there were other entities there who submitted material that is not exactly well flushed out, let's say. It's not peer-reviewed literature. It's studies that don't really reveal the underlying methodology. And we see that a lot. We see it cited in op-eds, that particular type of work. And it actually it tends to carry more influence than I would expect, because you think of academic literature normally, you think of peer-reviewed materials. But these particular types of studies have actually gained some traction. And so I will personally be looking forward to seeing how that shakes out in the report, because I think the quality of the research that the FTC's report relies on could be very helpful in sort of shaping the conversation more going forward.
Yeah, helpful. Other comments? So, Melissa, just one follow-up question for me. Alden mentioned the question of whether on the margin that the 101, current state of 101 is causing some, I'll use my own words, constriction in research. And that's, I think, sort of, econ or FTC speak for there's some things that otherwise we would like to have happen that aren't happening. Just talk about a little bit about what that means to you. Is it okay to have biopharma research reduced at the margins by 1%, 5%, 10%, 20%? On the margins, having people die from diseases that they don't need to die from, is that okay? Or what margin do you guys feel in the biopharma industry is okay?
I don't know that we've looked at it that way in particular. If I understand correctly, I think that all biopharma research should continue. I don't think we would accept any percentage as acceptable for treatments that we won't look for, cures we won't look after. Perhaps there are entities that are less interested in receiving patent protection for that. For example, licensing and tech transfer is very important, but there is some foundation work, for example, where perhaps patenting may not be as important, because maybe they can transfer their technology without those particular rights, perhaps, depending on the application. But I don't think that there's really any sort of margins that would be good. It would be a good idea to give up.
Yeah, helpful. Thank you. So look, let's switch gears a little bit here. And Barbara, I want to really bring you into the discussion. So the report from the PTO just yesterday, perfect timing, and it confirms some things that we've known that, as you point out very accurately, are kind of really not good. What is going on with the fact that women are so dramatically underrepresented, and in other countries, you mentioned China, they're represented much more heavily in patenting statistics. Do you have a sense for what is going on underneath the surface? It clearly isn't that women are less creative or less inventive. That's not in the solution. But there's something going on. What do you think it is?
Well, clearly a big part of it is women's underrepresentation in STEM overall, and their particular underrepresentation in STEM in IP-intensive industries like mechanical engineering is one of the worst in terms of diversity. But there's more to it than that, because the PTO report shows you those trends in representation in different STEM disciplines. And for the most part, it's about 38% of the STEM fields they looked at are represented by women. So it's bigger than we think. I think we can learn a lot from the natural variation we see across sectors. For example, universities and hospitals have much better diversity than the corporate sector. So what's going on there? Well, it could be that people are patenting different classes in those two settings, but that can't explain the size of the difference. Women are about twice as likely to patent in a university or hospital than in a corporate setting. So tech transfer offices, I think that they've done a lot to try to be inclusive and provide the kind of support that can demystify the whole patenting process and provide support around legal help and everything that it takes to get through patenting something and then commercializing an invention. So that's a piece of it. We haven't seen a whole lot of bias in terms of the patenting process. Like once somebody's in, there's not a whole lot of gender bias or race bias. It's the examiners are pretty fair. So that doesn't seem to be the issue. But one interesting thing in the report was the geographic variation that it showed. And, to some extent, you see on the coast, there are more women inventors. But as a share of all inventors, they're also higher in those places. So it kind of builds on some work that was done by Raj Chetty and Alex Bell at Harvard last year, showing that there are kind of like micro ecosystems of inventing that help to encourage inclusiveness and diversity. And so, it raises a question, how do we do that when we're trying to, when there are a lot of places in the country that don't have access to kind of a tech environment? And that's probably a tech question in itself. Like there are probably tech-enabled strategies that we can use to get more people of color and more women into the process.
So just going into the data a little bit more, and this is something that I'll confess I didn't notice yet in the report, but I think,
just came out yesterday.
Right, it sounds like you were able to get into it a bit. Did the data show that sort of tech hubs like Silicon Valley had higher participation by women? Okay, talk a little more about that.
Yeah, so I mean, it did make me wonder. So I think, it's kind of, I think what we've seen in other research on women's representation in the corporate sector, that there does get to be kind of a tipping point. Like you need at least 30% of a group, of a board, of a team to be women or people of color, to really, for people to feel engaged and like they can participate and their contributions are valid. So there might be some effect like that going on. Or it could also be just an effect of women's higher rates of education in those areas, women's higher participation in STEM. I mean, I think we'd have to really kind of look deeper to understand
So this is definitely the first of what probably needs to be a series of studies.
Yeah, and there are some places like Michigan, for example, is not a particularly, doesn't have a high rate of patenting, but it does have fairly high women's representation. So what's going on there?
Yeah. So other panelists, Mike, you're from the Valley, right?
Yes.
Is there anything you guys are doing or seeing? What's your sense of the data and what needs to happen in order to move the numbers up?
Well, I haven't studied this particularly carefully, but I know that we have a significant number of, and we're primarily a software company. We've done hardware historically as well. We have a significant number of women in the product development space. Those are folks that we work with in a very structured, formalized way to see if there's inventions, patentable inventions coming out of those groups. Some of the senior leadership in the product development team are women, and women and people of color, frankly. I would say our workforce is pretty diverse, especially in the engineering department. Talking as a dad, got a 17-year-old daughter who's a junior in high school, and where we live is kind of on the fringes of what is traditionally Silicon Valley, so maybe not the hotbed of some of the high schools there. But my daughter I think that one of the things you touched on that's very important is the STEM program and getting girls involved early and what that'll build towards the future. My daughter fell into it by accident. She's what we call a STEM kid. When she was in middle school, she joined a newly formed robotics club and found her people, and it's been her passion ever since, right? And so, and although not me, I have a history in my family of people who are, including my aunt, was a leading cancer researcher for 40 years, who are on the life sciences area. But this is going to be the first person who kind of I think feeds into that engineering or software. We're not really sure. That's her choice. But I think that's really important. And I think seeing what I see in the Valley, we go to these robotics competitions, high school robotics competitions. And that is probably one of the most diverse groups of people you'll see. And you'll see just this enthusiasm. But diverse, at least gender diverse for sure. And it's one of the most enthusiastic group of people, just unabashedly nerds, and they love it. And I think it's convincing those folks to continue on that path, making sure there are strong examples who contribute back into the educational system.
So STEM, super important, holding up good examples, role models, all great basic stuff. So Jeff, what's going on with China? It's had a much better track record at inclusiveness in the patent world. Do you have a sense for why that is?
My gut sense is that, Mao Zedong very famously said that women hold up half the sky. And women have traditionally always worked, both spouses have always worked in the workforce since the communist government came to power. So that's been part of the tradition for women to be in the workforce. That's the upside. And so I think that may account for some of these statistics. The downside is that there is a bamboo ceiling, that, for example, of the top handful of Politburo Standing Committee members, no women. Next level down, one woman, as far as I know. And I've also seen a recent survey saying that, published out of Hong Kong, maybe it's sort of sneaked out or something, but anyway, that pay for women is about 20% less than it is for men. So there's a bit of a mixed
bag
thing there, but there is a tradition of women being in the workforce, and I think that's the main factor here.
Yeah. One other possible contributor here that comes into my mind, having worked most of my career in-house, and I'd be interested to get comments from the panelists on this too, is that when inventorship determinations are made for patent applications, they're typically made by a group of scientists or engineers or programmers who were involved in a project. And there's a certain amount of self-determinism. The lawyer doesn't usually question the inventors who self-designate themselves on an invention disclosure. Or maybe there is a meeting and people will be assembled at the meeting and they'll talk about what they contributed. And it's usually a pretty congenial, collegial sort of process. And I just reflect on sort of possibly some of the stereotypical tendencies of women to hang back a little bit more, maybe be a little bit less aggressive in those discussions, or maybe to discount their own contributions in a way that sort of plays into that. And probably all participants in those processes have a role to play, including the attorneys now, to start asking different questions, pushing the boundaries a bit, getting people to come forward who might be hanging back, asking, so what role did you play? What did you do? And it feels like that, like the role of the attorney, so this is a lot of us in this room, can change in rather simple ways that will cause significantly more designation that really should have been made all the time but wasn't because of all the history around this issue. Does any of that resonate with folks here, that you think that might be at least a contributor?
Well, that is in the PTO report, that women are much more likely to be patenting in groups, and that over time those groups have become less diverse. So they're likely to be in a minority. And I really liked what you said about it can be the role of the attorney to start to question who gets credit, because I think there is a tendency, as we fumble around for solutions, how to fix it, is to fix the women, help the women. And like the report that came out recently out of McKinsey on women's advancement in the corporate world, the big recommendation out of that was that it's time to look at corporate culture. It's time to stop, focusing just on support groups for women. How can women support one another? How can we share information? But to change the culture by being responsible bystanders. And the Association for Women in Science has a great program where they're not only leading boot camps and incubators for women inventors, but they're educating investors about implicit bias and how that can affect investment decisions, and how they can speak up when they're in settings with other male investors about the dynamics and sort of change that.
Yeah. So this goes to your point before on corporate pressure. This would seem to me like an obvious next step, that that reports come out that measure by company, and you see rankings that will cause people to get very nervous if they're sort of in the bottom portion. Do you see something like that as a next step?
It could be. I mean, I'm not going to lead the charge personally, but an interesting thing, we did a report on promising programs and interventions to make progress, and we tried to contact some of the companies that are doing best, because the World International Property Organization had a report that showed you kind of company by company how they were doing, and even the good ones. I think it's hard to just break in to talk to a company for any reason, but I wondered if they do see it as an advantage, as a competitive advantage, and that's part of why they don't want to share their secrets.
Yeah. I'll add quickly. I should have added this to the early answer. So, roughly a year ago, we hired our chief patent prosecution attorney in-house as a woman. And hired a patent agent who's a very seasoned pro at patent mining, working with the inventor base. And while I don't have statistics to back this up anecdotally, because we hear it all the time, and oftentimes my team is faced with interviewing inventors for reasons that are even more intrusive into their daily lives, the process, by all accounts, has improved significantly. The productivity, the efficiency, the inclusiveness, all of which apparently have improved significantly. I hope someday there's data that backs that up, but at least anecdotally, it's been a very, I think, important part of our culture at the company since we made that change.
So just one other question on this topic. Legislative strategy, is there some sense of Congress coming or some legislative?
Yeah, I think Mazie Hirono has been a real champion on this and has a few pieces of legislation that she's been introducing year after year. The Women and Minorities in STEM Boosting Opportunity Act, which has a number of pieces, including investing in NSF and research and education on the pipeline, the K through 12 setting. So I think strategies like that are important, but not only as standalone legislation, but as a part of other kinds of legislation around innovation and patenting as well.
Well, good. So we'll have hopefully a step-by-step process. So Alden, a humble recommendation for your FTC report. How about adding a chapter covering inclusion in the patenting process and what America is leaving on the table by not focusing on this, and what it can now pick up by focusing on it in the future?
Right. Well, it's interesting thought. And just speaking of diversity, just a few years ago, there was a point where the FTC, all of its commissioners were women, and all of its bureau directors were women. Not the case right now, but there's still a lot of women involved, including our chief intellectual property counsel, who was trained as a mathematician, and our former chief intellectual property counsel, who is now in the private sector, but who was trained as a chemist. So there have been, I think the FTC has had a long tradition in seeking to promote diversity.
Good. Okay. Well, look, I want to switch topics again and move to the topic of injunctions. Come up a few times already this morning, but it requires definitely some more focus here. And I know there are views on this panel about the topic. So, flashback to pre-eBay, injunctions were essentially a matter of right or reflex in the U.S. Post-eBay, we thought we maybe were headed toward a balance point, and Chairman Collins seemed to be on this morning, where you would assume post-eBay that if you were a manufacturer manufacturing under your patent, you'd get an injunction, and if you weren't, you were a non-manufacturing entity, maybe a university, you probably wouldn't get an injunction. But now, fast forward to current times, the last year or two, and what we found is a veritable cliff fall off in the grant rate of injunctions by district courts. They seem to find now every reason possible not to grant injunctions, even to patentees whose patents have been found valid and enforceable and can show that they're actually manufacturing under their patent. So something has changed. Something is really wrong where the U.S. now, in effect, has a very light injunctive system compared to China, where injunctions are granted a very high percentage of the time, and Germany is another example. I'd love for any member of the panel to comment on what you see going on with injunctions. Is the data all wrong and you're getting them all the time? And we certainly need to come back, I'm sure, Melissa, to the topic of compulsory licensing and the new legislation that's been introduced. So I'll just open it up. I'd love to hear comments from the panelists.
I'm happy to start and jump in. I don't think the data is wrong. I think what you've seen over at least the course of my career, and there probably are studies that look at this, is the last 2 to 3 years, setting aside what may have happened because of the shutdown this year, an even more rampant increase in the ITC. I happen to have done a lot of ITC litigation in my career. And the reason why, in my view, is because you have the possibility of injunctive relief. You're going to spend a lot more, guarantee it, in the ITC because of the very nature of the process. You're going to look at and maybe have to choose not to assert certain patents that maybe are highly valuable because perhaps you can't get them into the ITC for some of its jurisdictional requirements. But at the end of the day, there has, in my mind, there has to be a direct correlation between the rapid increase over the last few years of using the ITC. There's a lot of other reasons. It also doesn't stay cases. It has a more fair and balanced approach to 101, among many other benefits there. But it also primarily has to do with injunctive relief, because if what you're trying to do is come up with a fast, speedy resolution and enforcement of your intellectual property rights, and if you can get into the ITC, you're going to use it because of the lack of injunction in the district courts.
So what you're saying, there's smoke, there's fire, no surprise, there's a flight to the ITC, and that's because injunctions are essentially unavailable in the district courts. But why are district court judges just finding, I'll say, excuses not to grant injunctions now?
Well, there's probably a lot of reasons in my mind, but I think one of them is it's easier under eBay to essentially say there's no irreparable harm, right? You can, or it's compensable by monetary damage, right? Not really taking into account the true economic impact of infringement or even efficient infringement in the marketplace.
I was just going to add to that. I think that what we see in addition to that is public interest has become a very squishy factor, right? If you want to make something in the public interest, you can, because it's a very broad topic. So I think that plays into it as well.
Sure.
So this gets us to the compulsory licensing issue.
Let me add one more thing. I mean, it's to the point where you oftentimes question whether you even have a Rule 11 basis to seek an injunction in many cases, or you have to cut your losses because either it doesn't make economic sense to even try, or you're reading the room with the judge you're in front of and you don't want to overtax the court. Whereas it might be that threat of injunction might actually be the way in which to more readily dispose of some cases, because companies are going to be more inclined to seek a reasonable resolution, especially infringers.
Yeah, something has definitely changed in the last few years. You mentioned the public interest factors also as something that has sort of crept up. And so we're seeing that also first time or the second time in my years of practice, even in the ITC, linking the comments that Mike made together, where the ITC, where an individual ALJ is saying, I'm equipped to opine on the public interest of the United States of America, and even though I find a patent valid and infringed, and my only remedy available in the ITC is an injunction, read an exclusion order, I'm going to put my hands up and say the public, in my sort of infinite wisdom as one single ALJ, not even a commissioner, that I find the public interest outweighs the only remedy I have available. As you probably can tell, I thought that was quite an extraordinary decision, the only time I've ever heard of that happening. I don't know, Mike, Melissa, were you guys similarly shocked to see an ITC ALJ going that direction?
Oh, stunned. And in fact, we've one of the many that have submitted a letter to the commission, and it's called for comments on public interest opposing that very decision. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely stunned. Mm-hmm. Look, I understand there probably are legitimate instances of health, safety, and welfare, but beyond that, it's hard to understand where an administrative law judge in this particular situation would choose to otherwise not grant the exclusion order for no reason of that nature whatsoever.
Yeah, Melissa, I would think for you, if this is happening in the smartphone industry, your members have got to be saying, oh my God, what's going to happen the next time the ITC hears a biopharma case?
Yeah, I think we don't end up in the ITC as much, though I guess it is. Biotech's ending up there a little bit more. I would say patent lawyer me was surprised when I heard about this decision, and then more in my role these days and the type of discussion I'm usually subjected to about the great public interest, I was less surprised probably. And I think that's because, for these calls for compulsory licensing of our patents, as there's discussion this morning, right, there's this view of patents as these government-granted monopolies, and therefore it seems to make sense to anything that you want to say is the public interest. And I'm not denying that there is a public interest element to both the injunction test and patents, but I think it's just become supra-elevated. And so this is something we hear a lot. This is what's informing the discussion on calls for compulsory licensing, which, as I mentioned earlier, has really never been an American thing. Of course, we have government use under 1498, which has been fairly circumscribed, as I understand it, but the broad calls we're seeing now are more akin to things that have happened in like Tanzania and Chad, and not, any of what we would consider our trading partners or our most economically co-situated trading partners.
Yeah, so talk a little more about the legislation. It was just dropped, was it last week or the last few weeks?
Yeah, so there's two bills out. There is the Doggett bill, which I believe Representative Collins mentioned, and then there is a Sanders-Khanna bill. The Doggett bill, it's a direct negotiation for Medicare Part D, and basically, if the Secretary of HHS doesn't deem the price of a pharmaceutical reasonable, he or she then shall issue a compulsory license on any patent covering that drug and any data exclusivity. So for pharmaceuticals, you have certain data exclusivity that's separate from patents. It goes through the FDA. So, that bill, it says there shall be a compulsory license. It does set up a payment from the generic company that gets the license, but we can assume that that's going to be a reasonable royalty that's quite low, because there are a lot of factors listed in there that suggest make it as low as possible. And then the Sanders-Khanna bill is similar, but it's for all pharmaceuticals, and it's based on a comparison to the drug price in 7 other countries. So it's broader, but similar in structure.
So what happens if one of those bills passes into law? What does your industry and your members do?
Well, I think first it would cost a lot of money in terms of the work that would be required of the secretary to administer the system, because, figuring out all of these price determinations is difficult and will require a lot of manpower. It also requires responding to petitions from the public in a short period of time. I forget the exact period of time. So there is that. Same thing with the companies having to report all of this information. But I think more importantly, there's a very good chance it would drive the investment that's critical to our industry elsewhere, right? It's a lot easier to invest in a new app that's going to hit the market in 2 years, and you can recoup your money. Everybody's got an iPhone. We download apps all the time. That becomes a much more valuable and attractive investment than, hey, let's come up with the next CAR T or hepatitis C cure, right? We cured hepatitis C. But that took, more than 10 years probably for the hepatitis C cures. And if you're going to have to put your money somewhere, which are you going to pick? If you know at the end of the day, if you have a successful pharmaceutical product and the price is a little bit too high, well, those patents just go away and generics come in automatically.
So this goes back to at the margins. I think what I'm hearing here is this would bring the margins in quite significantly if these bills passed.
And it could drive the investment overseas, perhaps. Like we've heard a lot about China today. They are strengthening their patent system. I don't believe they have any sort of compulsory licensing options on the table. So perhaps it would drive the investment to drug companies there, which you might say, okay, well, then we'll just buy the drugs from China. That has some economic consequences. But also, we know that drugs are first introduced into markets that have stronger patent protection because people need to be able to sell their drug without it being copied for a period of time. So it's possible then also that we won't be getting the newest drugs first anymore, which currently we do today.
Mm-hmm. So let's just step back on this one for a minute. Probably most, if not every person in this room would agree with you that compulsory licensing sounds really like a terrible idea for our country. But yet something is driving these calls, and we all know that something is drug prices and the desires and needs of many Americans and people in other countries to get access to today's cures at affordable prices. So is there another solution to this problem? I guess I'll start with bio, but I'd love to hear from the other panelists also. Is there another solution other than destroying the patent system?
I'm sure there is. We're a very creative country. What I will say, though, is, one, I'm not a drug pricing expert. I'm a patent attorney. But we do know, for example, that our Hatch-Waxman system has actually worked quite well. So of industrialized countries, we have the fastest generic penetration rate. We pay the cheapest prices for generic drugs, and roughly 90% of prescriptions in the United States are filled with generic pharmaceuticals. So yes, price is in there somewhere, but we know that our system encourages people to innovate. It brings generics on the market quickly. The generics gain great market share at that time, and then we pay very low prices. So that system has produced really good results. So I don't think we should just burn it down, but maybe somebody here is more better equipped to discuss drug pricing in more detail.
Any other comments? No one's going to bite on that. Well, let me try this way then. So Senator Hatch, when he was still here, had commented, many of you may remember, he was a vocal critic of the trade imbalance and the fact that he would put it, American consumers were bearing the full weight of global research and development for new drug products. And there's something to that, right? Because of our strong IP system, as Melissa, you point out, so much R&D is done in the U.S., Americans then pay for that R&D through patent-protected high drug prices, and then the rest of the world goes and just rips it all off for free, essentially, and puts it out through generic industries. So turning back to China for a minute, Jeff, and you may have a comment on this. China has no Hatch-Waxman. China has no system for balancing, as Melissa points out, the creation of new drugs on the one hand and the R&D expense that's needed on that same hand, versus the need to get patient populations online with these drugs. China's got various hurdles that have been set up, including denial of patent protection for pharmaceutical-related innovations, systematically invalidating patents later on, an FDA, a CFDA that puts generic drugs into the marketplace very quickly, then sets up an entire regime for them, and it becomes quickly too late to pull them off the market then. So a whole set of things set up. And closely linked to that, as Melissa would tell you, there have been virtually no innovative drugs that have come out of China so far, despite the fact that they've probably got more people working on them now than we do. So, what is going on from a China perspective? You've got the most populous country in the world. You've got tremendous needs for new healthcare solutions, but yet you've got a system that essentially doesn't recognize pharmaceutical patents or enable them to gain any traction in the marketplace. What's the dynamic over there?
Well, I'm not an expert in the pharmaceutical industry, but I can add a few thoughts. One is that this is actually a very lively topic in China. There was a very popular movie within the last couple of years. I don't remember the exact name of it. I think it was something like Living to Die. And it talked about the plight of someone who needed drugs, foreign drugs, and couldn't afford them. And it's the story of that person. And this was one of the most prominent movies in China. But also, there may not be formal mechanisms there, but this gets to the difference between what's written down and what happens. I've been in, when I was at USTR, I was in discussions with the China FDA about getting approvals for drugs to come into the market, and there's a lot of discussion about reasonable pricing for those drugs. Those drugs' approval are all at the discretion of the regulators, and they exercise that discretion in the interest of China. And when we've been talking in the current trade dispute, what kind of retaliation can China exercise? Well, this is that kind of discretion. Discretionary areas fit into that kind of category. So that's one of the mechanisms that can be used to get what they would consider more reasonable drug pricing. And there's a real crisis in the Chinese health system. They know that they need these drugs, especially things like hepatitis C, which is rampant throughout China. They just had just within the past couple of weeks, a major, I think it's a vaccination scandal that's tainted with HIV. So they realize that they have a problem. They need Western help, but frankly, most Chinese people, despite rising wealth in China, can't afford the top prices. And so this is an ongoing struggle that goes on, I think, and this is probably the biggest problem that pharmaceutical companies face in China.
Yeah, making things even more complicated from what I'm seeing, there's increased investment in research and development in China, but it is tending to be in concert with American companies so that the drugs that are developed in China can first be introduced into the U.S. marketplace on the back of the U.S. patent system, so American consumers can pay for the R&D expense, proliferating this challenge with American healthcare payers paying for the entire world's R&D budget.
Well, this also gets into the topic of forced joint ventures, which is very prominent now here in Washington in the IPR field. Most of those companies are joint ventures for a reason.
Yeah, complicated world. Well, look, I'm cognizant of the time. Want to leave time for questions from the audience, since we've got a very diverse and knowledgeable panel here. But there was one other topic that's already come up today quite prominently, but it is so important that we need to come back to it and spend some time on it, and that is Section 101 of the Patent Act. And, anytime you're talking about restoring America's patent and innovation leadership, these days you've got to be saying something about Section 101. When a sitting member of Congress spends about 15 minutes focusing on it, you know that it's entered into the popular lexicon. So I just would love to have all of the panelists comment on, first of all, on perspectives on, without getting into patent claim details, right? But comment from a policy, social welfare, an economic development, a jobs, an innovation perspective on what's going on with 101 and what it is doing or likely doing to U.S. innovation leadership?
I have a good China transition to 101. So we have members who are into precision medicine, so doing genome sequencing and figuring out, okay, we know this drug treats this type of cancer, but if you have this mutation, well, then you have to use this other one in combination with it. For example, current 101 jurisprudence in the U.S. Makes that type of bioinformatic, the sequencing and saying, okay, if you have this mutation, then do this. It's much more difficult to get patents in the U.S. now because it's a combination between the Mayo sort of bio test that you think of and the Alice issue, right? It's computers and biology. So we have members that are having a lot of trouble getting patents here in the U.S. on that type of precision medicine. China, on the other hand, is investing a lot of money in genome sequencing. It's, I want to say it's like $2.5 billion. They have a project going on. Maybe don't quote that number, but it's high. And they can, as I understand it, you can get patents for that type of precision medicine in China. So this is an area where it is possible, if we don't get the proper reforms and make this type of research and application, not just the research, but the medical application patentable here in the U.S., we may lose out on the precision medicine race to China, actually.
I could supplement that a little bit about China. The difference between the U.S. and China in this area is that they have an innovation strategy. We do not. Exactly. When we talk about innovation with China, we're using the same words, but they're very different meanings. Chinese innovation means comes from the top. There is a central plan that's mandated down. There are technologies that are identified. There are resources that are dedicated. There are people that are identified. Here, you're an innovator. There's your building that we're going to give you. Now you innovate. And that applies to the patent system as well. That direction comes down from the patent system. And so when judges receive a case, they know which way the arrows are moving. The advantage of that is that you get all arrows moving in the same way. The disadvantage of that is that eventually you're going to make a mistake. And undoing that mistake is very hard to do because there's a lot of face on the line. The American system is bottom up. So that's how we get all this innovation in Silicon Valley. All these companies come up because guys go to their garages and build things. And the different parts of the innovation ecosystem work perhaps in parallel, but they work independently. And that includes the patent system. And the judges that decide those cases, they don't have behind them a national innovation strategy that lets them know what's in the national interest of the United States, what the U.S. government is doing. And so I don't advocate that we mandate a national innovation strategy and mandate all the things the Chinese do, but at least having a guiding philosophy and a common understanding of what innovation is all about. Changing the mindset is really the key to getting the judiciary on board with respect to Section 101.
So you think we need something from the administration, and I'll use my own words, but what a solution to that, right, would be something from the administration, America's 21st century, strategy for innovation that would say one of the things we need to do is stop discriminating against software-related innovation and biotech-related
Right. I mean, my reaction to the announcement yesterday was, thank you very much for AI. But hey, what about all the rest of that technology out there? It's not just AI alone. There are a lot of technologies that could use this sort of overall philosophy in a high-profile kind of way that, frankly, we just don't do.
So just coming back to a minute, Chairman Collins mentioned several times discovery and the role of discovery, and I actually wasn't sure as he told his story about whether the person who came to see him to talk about the distinction between discovery versus invention was saying discoveries need to be patentable or was saying discoveries shouldn't be patentable. I'd love to get comments from the panel on this distinction. Probably people who are attorneys here know, IP attorneys know, that discovery is specifically called for in our patent system as an area that is subject to protection. So it always sounds odd to me to think that we wouldn't be protecting discoveries, but yet the Athena case that was talked about from last week seems to apply that distinction and put discoveries in a box that are subject to less patent protection versus what they call inventions. Love to get comments on what's going on with the role of discovery in the patent system.
From my view, I'm not sure I really understand definitionally what the difference is, especially at the onset of new and emerging technologies. This goes back to one of my opening comments, which is if something's new, you're the first or you're near the forefront of it. The discovery is oftentimes also coextensive with the invention. Why is that suddenly not patentable through a hindsight filter 15 years later when it's the discovery and the disclosure that's the part of the benefit of the bargain of the patent system? Contributed to, presumably, if it's that popular of a technology, exponentially greater number of inventions, some narrow, some broad, but all contributing to that art or that space or that technology. So in my view, I think that's not really the right way to frame the debate. The debate really is, have you discovered something, and can you define it in a way that shows there's an invention that complies with all the other aspects of the Patent Act and the other aspects of 101.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, the fear, turning back to the biopharma industry, is that with diagnostics playing such an important role in personalized medicine, and diagnostics essentially being about discovery, boiled down to its essence, that you wipe out patent protection for discoveries, you've wiped it out for diagnostics. That's what we're seeing play out in the court cases, this most recent one just last week. Again, what message are you sending to the industry?
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think part of maybe what you said there, boiled down to its essence, is the issue. So I think in the biospace, people want to see in patent claims the hand of man in some way, right? Every invention has a discovery that's part of it. But people don't want to see things like isolated genes patented, because where's the hand of man in that? I mean, arguably you have to do something to isolate the gene, but without claiming those steps. So, right, this Athena case that we had, it's an autoantibody that's detected, and claims even go so far through the method, including attaching it to a radio-labeled substrate, right? So it's not just the discovery that 20% of the population that has this terrible disease makes this type of antibody versus the other type that's in 80% of that population, right? If they just said detect this antibody, or a method of determining whether a patient has this antibody, maybe that's a discovery. But when you say, okay, and this is what you do to actually do it, this is the physical thing that a man or woman creates in a laboratory, that's not just a discovery, that's an invention. And I think people have a tendency, especially in the life sciences, to say, well, you discovered something from nature, because most of our stuff comes from nature or natural phenomenon. And they push away those other hand of man or woman steps. And I think that's the problem, and I think it's difficult to create a legislative solution that conveys that. But I think that's the underlying concern, is they don't want patents on things that just exist as they are. They want hand of man involved.
Yeah, but go a little bit further with that. Why should it be, when we all know that the essence of these inventions is the discovery, whether it's some correlation in the Alice and information technology industry, or the fact of a certain gene or enzyme that correlates with some human condition, enormous amount of effort and talent goes into making that discovery. It's extremely creative, we would say inventive by any normal use of that term. But yet we're saying, and by the way, and I would tell you, it's not a discovery in the same sense of Newton's laws of physics or laws of relativity or something like that wipes out an entire field. It's a little d discovery of something of a very specific and very practical, applicable nature. Why shouldn't we be having more of a fundamental nature about discovery? Alden, this is another place where I'd love to see the FTC weigh in and say, you got to get past the the window dressing that we've put around discovery for so many decades, and Melissa brings it up nicely, forcing ourselves to talk about the hand of man, post-solution activity. We've come up with a whole series of tests. You know what? None of them have worked. And we need to come back and talk about what really matters, which is discovery is really hard. It requires a lot of effort and a lot of innovation by super smart people, huge investments, and it's important to curing humans. Well, that's the discussion we need to have. Love to get comments on, what folks think about that.
Well, I can't, obviously, I'm not speaking for the FTC here, but I just note, going back into history, a number of people who believe in textual reading of statute points out that the Supreme Court's long-standing judicial exceptions for laws of nature, which could be discovered, natural phenomena and abstract ideas, are nowhere found in the statutory language. So if you're a true textualist, you say, where did these come from? And then a true textualist might say, well, they've gone beyond this, and in further adding complications to 101, again, I'm not saying what's right here. I do notice, again, just speaking for myself, I think it's very interesting that AIPLA, IPO, and the ABA antitrust section released this joint letter in late July, sent it to PTO, setting forth for discussions a number of potential changes to 101. And it seems to me that I don't know who's going to pick up the ball. I mean, that's really for the patent community, but I found those suggestions, removing the term new from 101, saying that eligibility under 101 should be found if an invention or discovery meets the statutory classes of eligibility in the current version of 101, and so on and so forth. So anyway, I look forward to seeing how that's discussed in the patent policy community.
Yeah, so great. That's a great segue into one last thing I would ask about, and would love to have questions, comments from the audience. So the USPTO's recent 101 guidelines came up earlier. I think most people would agree. I certainly feel they're a great job. The office did a great job on them. But it leads to the question that we all seem to now be wrestling with, and I've seen in some recent scholarship. Do the PTO's 101 guidelines fix 101? Are we going to come back, as was mentioned earlier this morning, a year from now in this room and agree 101's been fixed, the PTO took care of it?
No.
One word answer.
They're beholden to, I applaud Director Iancu's efforts. It's nice to see someone with over 2 decades of having to address these issues in courts where you really have to, face decision makers and the like, and advocacy and what have you, as well as clients. But he's beholden, as I think some of his comments subtly admit, including in the guidelines themselves, to what the courts have said. If you were to strip away a requirement and his obligation to follow what the courts have said, I think you'd scrap the whole analytical framework and start fresh with something that takes into account a lot of the issues many of us have raised. I'm sure some out there will raise, some will dispute. But my view is no. Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're better than what we had before, but I don't think they get us all the way there. Yeah.
Other comments? Melissa, you must have some view on this.
I likewise applaud the director, but we've seen what is the Cleveland Clinic case in EDVA, I think. That was prior 101 guidance, but that was a case in which the patentee argued, hey, our claim issued and it was specifically compared against PTO examples, and that's what got it through. And the district court basically said, okay, and then went ahead and invalidated the claim anyway. So, I'm not confident that district courts will follow the guidance, unfortunately. I do think it is very promising that the PTO has suggested that they will defend the guidance, maybe through amicus brief, for example, if possible, I think the director said. But it's hard to get our hopes up at this point, I think.
Okay, I understand. So while we've got a few minutes left, Q&A. People have comments, questions, issues?
This was a fantastic panel discussion, and I guess this question is primarily directed to Melissa and Mike, but I'd be happy to hear any other views on this matter. I've heard from some quarters that the problem is primarily one of so-called software patents. I don't like that term because that's not actually an official term in patent law. And so there are proposals from some quarters that we can solve the problem for biotech and the biopharmaceutical industry more generally, and in the context of 101. Where we can still keep out these the so-called bad patents. I hate that term as well in the high-tech space. I have also heard it in response to that that there's in fact been a development of the past 10, 15 years of what's been referred to as the Great Convergence, and that what historically 20 or 30 years ago you could have talked about the high-tech industry as being distinct from the biopharmaceutical industry, but in fact software has eaten the world, and that a lot of these diagnostic innovations are actually algorithms and are rooted in software innovations themselves, and that you can't separate out software innovation, computer-implemented technologies from the very biopharmaceutical innovations that are life-saving as well, and the two go hand in hand. Can you comment on this from the panel? Because I think this is going to become a really important issue as we continue to move forward in the discussion about patent eligibility reform.
Yeah, I think I can answer that in sort of two parts. I think that any solution has to be technology neutral. I think as you were alluding to, we never know where our technology is going to go, and so saying this thing that exists now can't be patented, but all of these other things can, I think it's short-sighted. And I think you're absolutely right. I mean, there has been a convergence. As I was talking about earlier, precision medicine involves a lot of overlap between software and what you would think of as traditional life sciences. So I tend to think it wouldn't be a solution.
Yeah, I echo those comments. In fact, you stole one of the points I was hoping to make. So I think that's a very important consideration, and we don't know where other convergences like that are going to happen. They happen in other technologies. We also heard AI, artificial intelligence. Well, that's really just a bunch of software running behind the scenes. It's become, and so what you're talking about, and if you, AI, I have a colleague who's better versed at this, but I'll give it a shot anyway. When you think about artificial intelligence, is that really just mental processes that a computer can perform, and are people really claiming all that innovation, all the software and the hardware that are going to underline artificial intelligence is not subject to patent protection? You know, I would like to think no, but if you take some of these tests to their natural extreme, and some of the cases that go, you can morph, whichever line of case you try and morph it into, you could try and apply. But I completely agree that it needs to be neutral, and you should not have a categorical rejection of the technology space from patent-eligible protection.
So once again, the easy solution doesn't turn out to be a very good solution for either the biopharma or the software industry. And by the way, I don't think I see other countries going down that road. I haven't seen China go down that road. I haven't seen the EU go down that road either. Yeah. Question?
Thinking about your discussion of injunctive relief or the lack thereof, and 101 and the concerns, and understanding that the courts or something bear some of the blame for the status of those. I also am wondering, yes, the courts have caused some problems, but I mean the ITC refusing to, follow through with the injunction or the exclusion rather of patent infringing phones. FTC hauling an aggressive antitrust case and even calling Huawei as a witness against an American innovator that started as a garage inventor startup 30 years ago. which is the bigger threat? The courts from 101 and their continual, buying into so-called public rights and all this garbage, or from other entities of our government? Obviously, Mr. Iancu is doing a great job, and the USTR in many respects is advancing property rights and IP, but we have these other threats that are arising.
Comments? Great question.
I'm not sure any single factor is the biggest threat, really. We've lived with eBay for a long time. It could course correct to revert all the way back to pre-eBay with the almost mandatory injunctions. Could help course correct, could help solve some of the problems that I think don't get discussed as to what's underlying why 101 has been applied by especially the trial courts the way it's been applied, which is how do you reduce the burden on the court system. If you have that threat, you're going to have, I think, more meaningful discussions as to resolution rather than having to take everything through trial. I think 101 is dangerous because it can be applied fairly easily because the case law from the higher courts are so all over the place and so malleable. One case and another case seemingly having really analogous facts coming out completely differently depending on the panel or the court you're looking at. So it allows the trial court judges to essentially use unfettered discretion to decide what they want to decide. So I think each is a threat. I think the ITC, we're talking about one, I know it's getting a lot of publicity right now, we're talking about one noteworthy recent example. I think by and large it's functioned the way it should and very efficiently. It hasn't, unless this becomes a trend, which I suspect it won't. It hasn't succumbed to the pressures to get all the way through, find infringement and a valid patent, and then deny relief. The sole relief it can grant, frankly. Right? This is I do think it's an outlier. It's important and it's a worthy discussion, but it's an outlier.
Any other thoughts? I just have one other higher level comment to the question. I think there is an atmospheric or an endemic problem that underlies decisions like the ITC decision and much of the other discourse that is disadvantaging our IP system generally and our patent system in particular, and that is rooted in some of what's come out of the academy, quite frankly, over a course of decades, some of what's come out of courts over a course of decades, some of what's come out of competition authorities over a course of decades. And I think that, at least at US DOJ, is going much better now. And it has been a kind of a rhetoric and the news media also, I would say, that has in total created an atmosphere of fundamentally distrusting and questioning the efficacy of intellectual property rights. And when you have that much of an echo chamber and that much reinforcing commentary, you see what we have seen, which is a very popular belief that the IP system is a tax and not serving the best interests of the public, et cetera, and it's very, very hard to fight back against that. And then that winds up, my estimation and observation, gradually filtering its way into the individual decisions that we see, the lack of ability to get injunctions, et cetera, et cetera. So I think, and you've heard some of our now current government officials who I think are doing a good job of commenting that we really need to step back and reset the whole discussion, one of a much more fundamental nature on long-term innovation capacity as opposed to, what about the patent troll lawsuit that got filed last week in EDTX? I think that's really what's going on.
Yeah, I would also add, I should say, it's a subject of a different panel and conference than today, but the PTAB and the interpartisan review process as it was applied, that is where I remain very hopeful under Director Iancu's leadership that some semblance of balance is being restored, that the pendulum is shifting back to some form of equilibrium that wasn't so wildly disparate from, I think, what the expected results, at least for some, ended up being. And I think, to me, that's the biggest threat I see and face. Yeah.
Okay, one last question.
Hi, I'm Randy Landrino. I'm the head of U.S. Inventor. I'm an inventor, and I represent inventors all over the country, guys in garages and girls. My question is for Mr. Abbott. Has the FTC looked into the issue of the fact is, historically, inventors, small independent inventors, had a reasonable ability to stop large infringers using contingency representation, et cetera. That has changed drastically in the last few years to where it's virtually impossible now. And this is, obviously a lot of people in this room represent larger entities, but the inventor is supposed to have an ability to stop large infringers. Has the FTC looked into this issue?
I mean, interesting question. It's not something, really directed to the FTC's enforcement agenda. As I noted, we did have quite a few submissions during the 2 days of IP hearings last October, and I think there probably were some submissions from small inventor groups. I would hope so, but it's not something I'm aware that we've specifically looked at.
Okay. All right.
Okay, well, with that, I think we are fresh out of time, so let me just end by thanking our panel. Please join me in.
And thanks, Director Kapos, for monitoring that panel. We'll break now for about half hour or so. I invite you to get lunch in the next room, and we'll start again when we have Senator Coons and Mr. Stivers for our final panel. Okay, folks, I think we're going to get started with our final panel.
I always before these events. I didn't realize
you take your seats, please. It is my honor to introduce the folks who will serve on our final panel. First, my friend, the Senator from Delaware, Chris Coons, who I think is unquestionably the foremost thought leader on patents and intellectual property policy in the United States Congress today. And now, the ranking member, I'm delighted to say, for the newly reconstituted Subcommittee on Intellectual Property on the Senate Judiciary Committee, which I am confident would not have come into existence without his efforts. Perhaps, I think Senator Coons is perhaps the only member of the United States Congress to have actually managed a patent portfolio in the private sector before entering politics, ultimately being elected to the Senate in 2010. He is a frequent speaker at this very conference. Actually, I think this may be your third or fourth time, I believe. And he is also the drafter, original conceiver, and original sponsor of the Strong Patents Act, and it's in its new iteration, the Stronger Patents Act. So thank you, Senator Coons.
If strong wasn't enough, stronger is even better.
Congressman Steve Stivers has represented Ohio's 15th district since 2011. He's a brigadier general in the Ohio Army National Guard and served active duty in Iraq. And what I find so impressive about Mr. Stivers is that he came organically to these issues. He didn't manage a patent portfolio in the private sector. He doesn't serve on the committees of jurisdiction for patents specifically, but he just thinks these issues are so important and so fundamental to the U.S. economy, in the words of his staff, like mom and apple pie, that he has really taken to these issues and become a great champion for these causes. So with that, Rhonda, if I can ask you to come up and lead this next panel. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much, and thanks to you both for being here. I have to say, one of the many reasons that I wanted to come to this conference and do this panel in particular is that it's bipartisan. What a thrill.
How novel. How essential.
Yeah, no, exactly. So, and that's really important, particularly around these issues, which I find can become quite political sometimes. So maybe we can just start, if you all could each tell me, and Senator, maybe we'll start with you, why you got involved in the patent conversation to begin with. Because, it's super important, but it's also a little wonky, let's face it.
It's a little wonky. To get back to what Brian said in his introduction, some of you know I was in-house counsel at a materials-based science company for 8 years. Some of you have heard this story, so I apologize if it's a tedious repetition. I was a county executive. I was running a local government, basically the equivalent of a mayor, and had just left working for that company when unexpectedly the vice president's late son called and said, I'm not running for the Senate. I hope you will. And there's this guy, and he's going to show up at your house tomorrow, and you better say yes. So I didn't have a lot of time to think about my agenda. And the recruitment guy from the DSCC showed up and talked a lot. And after he took a breath an hour into it, he said, so what are your issues? What would you really like to bring to the Senate? And I said, my top issue will be PTO fee diversion, and my second issue will be R&D tax credit permanence. And then after that, making sure that harmonization actually plays out the way it's intended to. And his jaw drops and he looks at me and goes, what was that? And I said, those are really important issues for America and competitiveness. And he said, don't ever repeat that. No normal human being knows what you're talking about. And proving the point, I said, no, in Delaware, this is a winning issue. There's lots of people who really care about this here. It's so good to see you. I came to the Congress and discovered he was right and I was wrong.
Very good.
But anyway, how did I get involved? Because it matters. My Boy Scout troop master was a chemical engineer, PhD at DuPont, who had 7 patents. Wow. My high school chemistry teacher had spent 20 years as a chemical researcher, both at Penn and at DuPont, and had a portfolio of patents. So I did just sort of happen to grow up in a community that literally DuPont built, and where innovation and invention was what made our community go. And the tiny little circle of folks really interested in this just happened to be my minister, my scoutmaster, my neighbors, my friends' parents. So I came by it, as it were, naturally.
Yeah.
And I only wish we had more folks like Congressman Stivers who come to it as a matter of principle, who understand what a constitutionally created and protected property right means, and who are terrific partners. So thank you, and over to you.
Well, and that's teed me. Yay. Look at that, a handshake in the first 30 seconds. That's awesome.
I came at it from a little different angle. I met with a constituent company in my district, and I won't name them because I still feel like they're at risk. But they said to me they own 12 patents, and if they had to defend one of their patents in the current process, they would bankrupt their company. And I was astounded when I heard that, and so I dug in a little bit, and I found that it's true that small and medium-sized enterprises in the innovation zone today can be bankrupted many ways. Number one, by this new thing that everybody calls efficient infringement, where it's cheaper to steal your property than it is to pay you the licensing fee. And your revenues can drop from, $500 million to zero overnight. Or you can get bankrupted defending your patent against, any number of folks. Not everybody that you have to defend it against is a patent troll, but there is such a thing as a patent troll. But unfortunately, the FANG companies have become the new patent trolls in our economy. It is, the system has standards that are so different between the PTO process and the court that every case is appealed. So the promise that was sold when we created the new process at the PTO was that it was going to be faster, more effective, more efficient, cheaper. And guess what? It takes longer, it's more expensive, and it's more complex. And it's not living up to the promise that was given to the intellectual property community when we started it. And that's why the Stronger Patents Act is so important. It creates certainty. It brings back injunctive relief. I don't even call it property rights anymore because if you want to call it a public franchise, whatever you want to call it, it brings back injunctive relief so that when somebody literally steals your property, you can do something about it. And it's common sense stuff that makes sense. And innovation is so important to our economy today, and in the future, innovation is going to be even more important with AI and 5G. Innovation is the keystone of our economy because we're not going to have the lowest wages in the world. We're not going to have the least number of regulations in the world. And in fact, let's all acknowledge we are going to have the highest average wage in the world, and we're going to have the most regulations in the world and still have to compete on the world stage. The only way we can do that is through innovation and productivity. That's what patents and our patent system is all about, and we need to protect it.
So, all right, so much to cover there. I'm going to...
Sorry.
I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna jump in with a really big picture question because you bring up the FANGs, and I'm put in mind when Mark Zuckerberg, the head of Facebook, was testifying a few months ago that somebody from Bloomberg came up and snapped a picture of his notes and said that if he was asked about regulation, he should say, well, Facebook is a national champion in this competitiveness battle against China. Now, this is interesting because there is a competitiveness battle with China. And this is a big topic we could have a whole conference on, but I want to ask you all to dive into that. And Senator, I know you're going to be heading off to a security conference, in a week or so. How do you think about the China challenge and intellectual property in that context?
So it was defending a trade secret theft case, trying to move that in the private sector that led me to legislate with Orrin Hatch on the Defend Trade Secrets Act to just sort of strengthen the ability of American inventors and innovators, manufacturers, to defend their creations and inventions. That was my first window into China's very broad-scale effort at stealing all different kinds of intellectual property from the United States. Several administrations in a row have said they were going to prioritize pushing back on IP theft. It has never made the top of the list. So it's always been geopolitical concerns or human rights issues or other issues that have won out. I will give President Trump credit for having gotten their attention. He sort of hit them over the head with a board. Unfortunately, in swinging with the tariffs, he also hit a couple of our allies, but that's a strategic conversation we get to have another time. To me, we hopefully at this conference will engage our allies in a constructive way on talking about what a common approach can and should be to dealing with China's mercantilist behavior, with compulsory licensing, with a tech transfer, with IP theft, with WTO noncompliance, with a whole suite of issues that should concern pretty much all the other countries that are WTO compliant and see the value in an open international system. On IP in particular, the intersection of 5G's build-out, Belt and Road, Huawei, some recent legal actions, has, I think, elevated the amount of attention this is getting, not just to the members who are on the intelligence committees, but to the broader membership of the House and Senate. Our challenge as a country is to really understand the scope and reach and intention and possible consequences of China's competition with the United States, to not prematurely, through sort of saber-rattling and misstatements, suggest we're going to go back to the kind of Cold War structure we had with technology with regards to the Soviet Union, which is not possible with China. We are much more integrated than we ever were with the Warsaw Pact and the Soviet Union. But to be clear-eyed about the very real potential for not just competition but for conflict, and to find an appropriate way forward that we can cooperate on the areas that make sense for us to cooperate on, counterterrorism, counterproliferation, I would argue climate change, but there's quite a few, and find ways to manage our competition that gets clarity about what are the rules of the road, what is the likelihood of China's coming into compliance with basic fair trade and protections, and if not, to be clear about what the consequences will be, and then sustain that across administrations. The Chinese, in my superficial and ill-informed impression, communicate quite effectively in rank order about their security priorities. The United States, I think, confuses them by moving from administration to administration, delegation to delegation, issue to issue. And this is a moment that calls for Republicans and Democrats, executive branch, legislative branch, to really look at this and come together around a common agenda and then engage our key allies. The United States alone is not enough to win in this field. The United States, with its core allies, articulating a vision that allows China to thrive and succeed, but expects changes in behavior, is, I think, the only path likely towards success. I'll say I met with President Trump's national security advisor yesterday, and we had a very constructive and encouraging conversation around this. I think it is entirely, Senator Portman and I founded a UK-US free trade agreement, a working group, and we've expanded into talking about US-China issues as well. These are issues that are central to the future of an open, innovative society and economy in the West and in the United States in particular, and they deserve more thorough and thoughtful focus than they've gotten so far, at least from this senator. I don't mean to disrespect others, but this is a big issue. This is a fundamental issue for the 21st century. China is our peer in science and research and innovation.
Our peer and our competitor.
Our peer, our competitor, and they may well eclipse us if we fail to grasp the significance of this moment. Feel free to tell me how wrong I am.
No, he's 100% right. I mean, I just finished a book everybody should read.
I never hear at home.
Called the Thucydides Trap. And when there's rising powers and status quo powers, almost every time it ends in an armed conflict through the natural conflict that happens. And we need to figure out how to manage this competition that will happen. Let's remember we're a country of 300 million people, and they have billions. And they have some other advantages in like the race for AI. America and Western Europe are moving one direction on data collection toward privacy, and the Chinese are moving the other direction toward, essentially they have every piece of information. But we've got some domestic changes we need to make. I was just talking at our table about Section 101 of the patent code that needs to be changed. It hasn't been rewritten since 1952, and nobody even thought about the kind of things that we're dealing with software and artificial intelligence and diagnostics in 1952. And guess what? Under the Alice decision, now they can't be patented. And that's a problem. It's a huge problem moving forward as we try to move in to be a leader in artificial intelligence and try to be a leader in healthcare. And so there are lots of changes we need to make domestically. Stronger patents is only part of it. I joked with the senator that if we don't get this enacted in the next 2 years, it's going to be called the Strongest Patents Act. So we went from strong to stronger to strongest. So we're going to get there. But we also have to look at some other fundamental changes domestically and internationally. I think the senator was dead on. We've got to engage our key allies and partners in a trade system that we can bring the Chinese into compliance on most things. And it's not just their theft of trade secrets. It's not just the huge tech transfer that happens through joint ventures that they force if you want to do business in China. It's not just that they subsidize a lot of their manufacturing of electronic components. There's also just a huge issue with piracy and stealing information and stealing patents straight out and counterfeit goods. So all that stuff, in addition to the mercantilist behaviors the senator talked about, but we've got to engage them in a constructive dialogue. I'm excited that Secretary Pompeo is going to have a meeting this week, and it's all about intellectual property. And I think, hopefully we'll start to move toward a framework where they can know how to comply and still compete. We're not trying to keep them from competing. We just want to make sure they use the same framework the rest of the world does.
Senator, did you want to
just on the Stronger Patents Act? I know PTO Director Andrei Iancu was here earlier today, and David Kapos is with us as well. One of the things I just wanted to say is that we went from strong to stronger. In no small part, the director has made a series of policy calls about harmonization of review standards, about some of the issues in PTAB and in process and in panels and in appeals that we thought were only amenable to a legislative solution previously. There's been administrative action that is important, but I think ought to be statutory.
If it's not made permanent,
so that it's locked in.
It is not locked in and can be changed. So now the great thing is the U.S. Chamber of Commerce relooked at their intellectual property rankings, and the United States had slipped from first to 8th to 12th, and now they're going to, I think it either is out or is going to be out, and we're going to be number 2, which is, we've moved back up. We're tied with 8 countries for number 2, so don't puff out your chest too much. Right. But we're back to number 2 as a result of the PTO's reforms that are in the Stronger Patents Act, but they're not permanent. We've still got to enact this bill.
So we're talking about a huge ecosystem of challenges here, and patents is one of them. But when you talk about AI, 5G, data protection, cross-border data flows, which there aren't even really any rules around except for financial flows, that's a big universe. So I'm curious. I mean, the president came out with a statement around AI. What, aside from the legislation that you all have proposed, what would you like to see being done to create a more coherent approach? Because it really is about being ahead on setting standards and frameworks and kind of making the U.S. approach a status quo approach rather than letting China take the lead, right? That's
right. Senator Flake and I led a roundtable on the subcommittee he chaired in the last Congress. We're hoping to continue that with Senator Tillis, who's the new chair of the IP subcommittee. More broadly, I expect and hope that Chairman Graham on the Senate Judiciary Committee is going to be holding hearings on privacy that hopefully will include some of this broader input on what does data privacy mean, what's GDPR mean for U.S. headquartered companies or global companies that are trying to fully comply. How do we come up with a framework and a standard that both respects our traditions as a nation, where there is an understanding about boundaries and privacy, but where we don't kill innovation and competitiveness in cross-border data flows and in the ability to innovate and develop businesses that really depend on data mining and on applying the insights. So there's a couple of bills in the Senate that have already been introduced that have a wide range of frameworks. I've had more encouraging and constructive input from major players in the economy who previously just were resisting any regulatory conversation at all and are now saying between Europe and states, we'd rather have the United States congressionally come up with a framework that we can work with and even thrive under. But I think that's part of the value of this session today, is it forces the two of us to actually be on a stage together when otherwise, the House and Senate do not talk as much as they should. Helping convene conversations of private sector players, of advocates, and government relations folks, and of legislators to get us hammering out what are the core issues and what are the core areas of disagreement is a real constructive role that this community can play as well.
Where do you all see the low-hanging fruit in terms of bipartisan ground around IP, around competitiveness in general, and around the Internet of Things, the new economy, the high-growth areas that are going to be where all the capital investment is anyhow? So.
Well, I think there is a lot of bipartisan consensus around intellectual property issues. If you look at intellectual property issues, they're not usually Republican-Democrat divides. They are usually big company, little company divides. More, at least in my limited experience, I've been involved now for about 3 years on this topic, and that's the way it seems to me. It's not a partisan issue, but it is still a divisive issue, because in Washington, everything has to be divisive, or it's
not an issue.
Or it's not an issue, I guess, because then when it's not divisive, it just gets done and nobody talks about it. But so it still is a little divisive. It's just not the partisan divide that you would normally think of in Washington, and the way I see it.
And Senator Coons, I want to ask you too, transatlantically, I mean, you mentioned a couple of areas of debate, but that seems really important because there's a risk, and I'm looking at some of the things that are happening in Germany, some of the calls with the French and Germans to create some jump overs in terms of mergers and competitiveness rules. How do you see that debate playing out right now? Because if we go to kind of a tripolar world, that gets very confusing.
Well, GDPR is the sort of latest effort by European and EU nations to say we're going to set the standard in terms of the commercial use of data and data privacy. We've got to deal with it. I mean, we've got to engage with it. I don't think we should end up with a data regulation regime that is completely dissonant with it. That simply raises the regulatory burden for companies that are trying to operate in both spheres. But I think there are ways that we can legislate that point towards additions to layers on top of that actually improve GDPR and its implementation, and that could then be heard and adopted. I'm spending time not just in Munich, but also in London, and we'll be having some conversations around the U.S.-UK relationship, and the U.S.-European relationship may remain identical, but I strongly doubt it. I think that's an increasingly fraught difference in distance, right?
Yes, we've
on
been
every
covering
possible
that.
front. And if we end up in a world where there is a U.S.-UK free trade agreement, it will principally be about intellectual property, investment, data flows. I mean, we're both very highly developed countries that have lots of mutual investment in each other's companies, and where our academic and business communities are tightly tied. If we can't do an FTA
nobody can,
that raises a standard in terms of what a truly free and fair relationship looks like, then it's not possible to do an FTA that can be embraced by Congress in the modern world. So that's partly why Senator Portman and I are excited about it as an opportunity should the whole Brexit hoorah get resolved.
Yes.
Hoorah is a technical legal term.
A hoorah is what it is. All right, I'm getting the high sign that we've got 1 minute left. So what are your hopes for the next few months, the progress of this legislation, challenges, roadblocks, any last point you want to make?
I would love to legislate on Section 101 to hear Director Iancu, I don't know if he spoke to it here this morning or not, but say that a competent practitioner in the field cannot be reasonably expected to discern and apply the holdings of the court in this field. That's really saying something, right? So I think we can actually contribute meaningfully by legislating in this area. I think courts are calling out for legislative action, which is quite rare. And I think it is an area that is so relatively obscure to the average member of Congress that a small group of us ought to be able to hammer something out and move it forward without interference by our wonderful, seasoned, broader colleagues. That would make me very happy if we could make progress on that. I also, frankly, think the broader conversations about privacy, about data, and innovation have to happen. We've got a presidential campaign going. I gave a speech in Boston yesterday to announce I'm not running for president.
That's too bad. You'd have been a great candidate.
I'm apparently the first Democrat to show up there and give that speech. But I said, this was to the New England Council, which is a regional business group. I said, someone's got to legislate. And there are a dozen things worthy of legislation. So, my hope is that we'll do a big infrastructure bill. I would be thrilled to see us do something on high-skilled immigration. But frankly, if we can get stood up and running a new IP subcommittee in the Judiciary Committee in the Senate, have a series of hearings on IPEC, on PTAB, on Section 101, on Stronger, and I can actually recruit and would welcome your help some of the newer Republicans on the committee to be co-sponsors. This would be a big year.
Representative, last word with you.
I think that the senator's right. If we can do something on Stronger, if we can start to move the ball on Section 101, that would be huge. Now, I'm not sure how much we're actually going to get done in these 2 years, but something like this is not as partisan as I said earlier, and is something that is really important to our economy and our future. I think it's the keystone to the future of the American economy, and so we've got to get it right, and we've got to make changes ASAP. The PTO has done a great job of making some temporary changes, but they're not permanent until we enact them, and that's why we've got to enact the stronger bill, and we've got to continue to move the ball forward on patents, especially Section 101. I think that's really the focus over these next couple of years. And if we can start to move the ball, I'll be really excited.
Well, thank you for showing up and talking about actual policy issues with us here today. Awesome conversation.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Senator. Great job. I always learn a lot when I listen to you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, Rana, for moderating the panel. And thank you all for attending today on a rainy day. Great conference. Thank you all for helping make it so.
Yeah, love it.
Tweet it out furiously.
Thank you.
Would it be possible to get a picture of Katie? Sure, that's what we were just talking about doing.
We had hoped he'd get clearance from the PTO. She said he is a Section 101 is obsessed about it.
Oh, really? He understands Section 101 really well.
He understands it.
Is there a universe like yeah, there we go.
I'll give you these, send these pictures to you guys too.
You're a great leader on this.